Hello, hello.
Yeah. Hello, and we're welcomed by Joe Foster. Can you hear me, Joe?
I cannot, no.
No, actually, you won't be able to hear me in these microphones, but we are waiting for Ali to come, and this is a huge game. We have United up against Bohemians. Just bear with us. We're just... Okay, hang on. Okay, that's what we're doing. Hang on. What we've got to do is this. Okay. Hang on a second. That would have been close. So I'm joined by Joe Foster for the first semi-final, and we've got Bohemians up against United CC, both Czech Republic teams, both in Division 1, and this is going to be a cracking match. It looks like at the moment Devendra Singh's just come to the crease, and he's going to join his skipper Pramod. Welcome, Joe Foster. You've brought the family out today for PCC Family Day. How's your day been so far?
It's been good, thank you, Charles. Very happy that the weather's cleared up. We've got almost blue skies coming through the clouds. And like you said, a cracker of a match. I would have to correct you, UCC is in Division 2. They lost the final to Prague, but with the Devendra Singh and Ayush Sharma, they've got some upgrades in their batting.
That's right, thank you. Yeah, you know what? United is such a strong team. I really do consider them as a Division 1 side, and I guess they've got to bide their time maybe for another season. As I was going on about yesterday, Spartans with 2 division victories out of the 3, and can you imagine if they had knocked off the Kings in the final? It would have been something that would have been pretty famous. 3 Spartans victories in 1 year. That just would have been incredible. Did you see any highlights over the season, any innings that stuck out, any games that stuck out for you as umpiring in the Czech League?
Well, you're talking there about the Spartans. Obviously, you had the semi-final match where Kranz got 100 not out, going at 10 and over against Bruno after they put 196 or 195 on the board. Is that probably one of the highest chases that we've had against cricket here? So that was a huge performance. Tanky's going to come to bowl. Be interesting to see what he
Beautiful. And you know what? I was saying to you earlier off air that I love Tank in a green top. Ben Hardy are going to hate me for saying that, but he it suits him. And a big knot. Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Who's that? That's Divi Singh. Divi Singh is a really stylish player. Did you see him play much throughout the season, or did he have any big knocks?
Unfortunately, he didn't. When I was watching him, he ran himself out a couple of times because of LBW, but I saw a bit yesterday. He timed them all really well, so a great strike rate. So
it's funny seeing all these players in different uniforms. I actually really like it. I think it's good for Czech cricket. In comes Tank. Well played. And yeah, Tank seems to just iron out his run up a bit. He was struggling a little bit for rhythm yesterday, but full credit to Alex Siracina, the head coach of the Czech national team, who took Tank aside out at Brno in the pre-season camp and measured his run out, helped him a lot with it, and we noticed nearly instantly he'd picked up a yard of pace. So he's done pretty well this season, I think. Tank to... Oh, that has to be close. Has to be close.
From our view here in commentary,
Very
much stepped across the stumps, hitting maybe just in front of the leg, and left out.
We're getting talked through by the one who knows, umpire Joe Foster, who had a fantastic season umpiring, joined the ranks and then into ECN and umpiring here and there before going straight into T20I internationals at just going down leg. So Pramod maybe a little bit lucky there, but more than likely going down leg. And how's the umpiring been throughout the season for you, Joe? Did you have any games that stuck out for you that were good games, or any highlights?
A lot of close games. Some really good games in the T10 and in the T20. We had a great one between Bohemians and Vino Haradi, which sticks out for sure. Another one didn't hit. Yeah, Bohemians, they didn't get much on the board, maybe 70 runs in their 10 overs, but they defended it, almost bowled Vino Haradi out.
Yeah, Vino's interesting season. They're always there or thereabouts. They seem to be always in the top four at least. And but I think, talk us through that semi-final for them. They had PCC down something like 6 for 60 or something like that. And then what happened? Ali Hassan and maybe Kushal came to the wicket. Maybe Smith as well.
I just wait for this ball. Cromwell finally gets us straight. Nice. Vino's were going great guns. Paul Taylor in his last game for VS, we found out he's been back 2K, bowled 3 overs, very economical, going less than a run a ball. And yeah, Ali or Smith came to crease with Kushal, and they made a change and brought Shu on to bowl, and unfortunately he had quite a wayward over, some no balls, some wides, and a couple of boundaries as well. And PCC rode that momentum, and they got 50 or 60 with the last couple of wickets that they got, and put on a very competitive total.
As you say, like this short form T20, T10, it's just momentum shifts that can swing games. We saw it yesterday here. Bohemians actually are right under the pump until a run out happened, and then they actually took the game away from the opposition. So now Jarvid into the attack. I really like Jarvid, so we'll see what he's got.
It's got one of the nicer bowling actions here in Czech. The back jab when he's coming onto the crease, gets a good gather, and puts the ball down at a quicker pace than what you actually think it will come to.
Did you guys turn it on? I turned something on. Ali Hassan here with us. We had it playing back in the intro.
Yeah.
Or did I turn it off?
That song, you are live.
Alright, let's just bear with us. There's a couple little technical difficulties. That's why they pay Ali Hassan the big bucks. But back to the middle. Oh, a bit of glove there off Divi. And like you say, back to what you say,
Leg by signal. Off the arm then. Not off the glove. If he's running it out, jump, balance bowling mark. Coming into bowl again. It's gone up, it's gone up. It's cleared mid-off.
Yeah, back to Jarvid and what you were saying, Joe. He does have a lovely approach to the crease. He bowls extremely well in the nets at the national team training. He's part of the development squad, and he's always hitting the bat hard. And I'm always impressed by his stamina. And look at this extra long run up here for Jarvid. You might hear us talking about him.
Well directed ball.
And he's actually an avid runner, runs a lot every day, and he hears me now running back to his crease, and he's gone for the extra run up. But he is, I like his style. He's got good variations. He's experienced. He bustles through. Is it me, Joe, or is he just taking an extra long run up there?
It's got a couple of meters, maybe 5 meters that he's coming through, Michael Holden style.
Yeah.
extra long run up for the slower ball variation? Couple more runs, or is it just one? Just one run there to UCC.
It's a big ground here, and I do like it that they haven't taken the boundaries in. We're just checking a little score update. There we go. Sorry, yeah. Divi looks like he's on 8 and Pummard on 5, and a good start. Jarvid and Nickville only going for 6 runs and over, so maybe United under a little bit of pressure here. We've seen teams getting away from the start, but this is Bohemians, how they operate. They're a bowling strong side historically, and and another. Is this Nirmal?
Yes, it
Coming
is
on?
Nirmal coming on. Another Veen Haredi player playing for Bohemians today and this weekend. You can tell by his red shoes, he always wears them when he's playing his cricket.
Signature red shoes,
Yeah.
Zahid loves a good appeal from the boundary, and Pramod. So yeah, national team selector Pramod, very experienced. He looked really good yesterday. So for me, he's just got to hold his shape a bit more when he's playing. I know T10, you got to really go after it, but you can still play good cricket shots. But he's just slightly lost his shape. Oh, I think Divi was run out as well yesterday. So, and you're saying he's run out a couple of times through the season, Joe. Do you think there's maybe a little issue there with his running between the wickets, or just maybe a bit of bad luck?
Communicating with his partner, I think. Maybe not on the same wavelength, but something you can always work on. And Divi as a captain puts a lot of pressure on himself for Barbarians too. Oh. Hack across the line there from Divi.
My prediction, Joe,
Okay.
earlier was, Bohemians. I think if they do make it through to the final, I thought, they don't mind bowling first, restricting teams. But my prediction is if they do win this game and make it to the final, they actually might want to bat first, because I feel like in finals, naturally runs on the board are always gold, and RCD Riders are such a strong team that I think maybe the Bohemians use their strength in their bowling to defend, and if Sabah and these guys, Ritik, can get upwards of 120. We're obviously not at the final yet, but I just think perhaps
Is that what they did in the ECS final last year, the T10? Did they bat first and then restrict with their bowling
I actually,
when they won it?
yeah, it was right at the beginning, but whatever it is their strength. But I just think now, I've seen so many finals recently in T10 cricket, and our good old mate Vinny Sandu pulled up a really interesting
Divi's
stat.
coming back for the second. Yeah, makes it easily.
There's such a high percentage in finals that
Runs on the board.
runs on the board, and that's why I was quite surprised with Vin Rahadi in that semi-final last weekend, winning the toss and electing to bowl. Everything's good in hindsight, but and that, well, you know what, they probably did most of the job having them down 6 for 67. But I think that Prague Kings sometimes collapse a little bit chasing. So, but who we got here? Sazib. Did you see him much through the season, Joe?
I have not. I've actually missed. I saw him batting a little bit. I haven't seen any of his bowling.
I saw him last year. He in a league match just before the finals, in he comes. He scored a 50 against the Kings to beat the Kings. It was a dead rubber, actually, because Bohemians were already not in the finals. But he played. It was a game the Kings desperately wanted to win because they had lost the previous week against Barbarians, and then lost that only 2 games they lost of the season. And it's a lovely shot out to deep cover. Who was that? Is that Divi there?
That's Divi, yeah. Full ball for extra cover.
You talk about his timing, Joe. Divi definitely is a stylish player. I'm surprised he doesn't get big runs. Batting time a little bit more, and using this skill set to put on big runs.
Oh, another beautiful shot. Bit shorter, play it behind square, and it's gone.
Again, he just, I wouldn't say lent on it, but he times it so well. It just races away. So this is the start they want, I think.
Yeah,
Moving along, and
those back-to-back boundaries definitely put them in a better position than what they were beforehand.
and Pramod, I think, just needs to stick with him and let Divi play, give him the strike.
Great shot, is it?
Beautiful shot. That's the third boundary in a row.
No one there.
We saw Sahil yesterday carve four fours in a row and put on a little masterclass in one over, and Divi's doing the same here. Two through the offside and then one heave down, but proper cricket shots. It just
Almost a six as well, only a
almost,
few meters inside the boundary.
and it's a big ground here.
Uh, Good comeback in the end there from Saziv. Nice and full.
And how did the Barracudas go this season, Joe? I know you're probably waiting for that
Oh,
question, but
I
it's
wasn't.
it's a great club down there. How many, talk us a little bit through your club. You've got hang on,
Oh,
wait a second,
Maximo.
Maximo, and that Divi. Wow, he's batting a treat here. Now that's his fourth boundary,
28 not out.
and yeah, so a real
Uh,
masterclass here. And just before I let you answer that, Joe, you just take a look at the Bohemians' heads. They're just dropped a little bit. You can see,
mhm.
three boundaries in this over. Was that the fourth?
Fourth, yeah.
Sorry, fourth in this over. Look at that, the fourth boundary.
Ooh,
Uh,
lost his shape a little bit there, Divi. But
But yeah, talk me through the Barracudas and how many guys you got at the club and a little bit of the history of the club.
yeah, of course. Happy to, Charles. So we're pushing on 30 members, I would say, that we're having now at the club. A lot of them are doctors. So there's the Southern Bohemia University and the Biology Center. So a lot of our guys are doing doctorates or PhD studies for parasitology and all of these things. So they go to Alaska to take samples of like different bugs, or to Papua New Guinea. Like they
Wow.
have that. We're definitely the smartest team. I think that makes up for I think it's 12 losses in a row now in Czech cricket, unfortunately. But no, we're it's great. There's Barracudas player playing for UCC in this tournament, Ayush Sharma. Hopefully we'll get to see him back later, but maybe Divyam Pramod will just take it to the end. And yeah, it's it's lots of fun. We're in process of getting a ground. Hopefully that'll be great for Czech cricket to have another ground added to Vinoj and Bruno.
Absolutely magical. And in comes Saba. Wow,
Comfortable
big
catch
wicket.
there from Zahid.
Uh, Yeah, Saba.
Uh, I mean, it's Pramod that's out though. He was scoring nowhere near 100. If Divi keeps going, I think Piyush is walking in now. So two experienced players.
Yeah, Piyush comes in. That's not a bad wicket. I don't think United will mind that
Hmm.
because Piyush is naturally scores pretty freely. And but let's talk about Saba for a second. Old Hollywood Saba. He's got a knack. I was talking about it yesterday. I think his bowling is so underrated. I wouldn't
He's been
say.
underbowled this year,
Yeah,
incorrectly.
yeah. I was going to say like he tends to be underbowled, but for me, he's the perfect bowler to bowl at the right times in
Hmm.
limited overs. If
Oh,
if
he's
I was a
picked.
captain,
Oh, good
really well
fielding.
fielded, really well fielded down there by Jarvid.
Javid,
He
yeah.
heaved out there to deep mid
Oh,
wicket. Oh, and they
overthrows.
good batting. Divi back on strike. See, that's key. Smart batting by
Hmm.
Divi and Pioche. Um, But just a little bit on Saba. Yeah, he's the type of guy that you could throw the ball to bowl the 19th, 18th
Well,
over. Or,
earlier this year, the CE Cup, Saba,
mhm.
I don't think he bowled the whole tournament and then came on in the heat of the action against Austria. And although Czech Republic lost the game, he brought it back to make it really close with his couple of overs, big wickets, dot balls.
He did, and it's a funny one because the Czech national team is made up a lot of bowlers in and around the same speed, so to speak.
Hmm.
They fit, you've got guys like Kushal, Aaron, Sudesh, maybe not so much Sudesh, he's a little bit quicker, but these guys that are about a certain pace. But Saba offers a high bowling IQ, I think,
Hmm.
and yeah, he's that guy who thrives on it. There's some of those bowlers that shy away from those pressure situations.
He loves the pressure, and you see that ball there to Divi, very full toss, but outside off stump, just inside the line, and Divi was waiting for something on his legs and couldn't get anything, and so it's a dot ball through to the keeper in the end.
Yep, that's right. And I had a little word to him after play yesterday because I noticed his second over. In he comes. I think the only thing, he's a confidence player, but when things don't go his way, his head goes down and start kicking the dirt. And I said to him yesterday, you've got to identify those times, put it behind you, have a smile on your face, and just get back into your rhythm because I think sometimes it can affect him a little bit. But like you're saying, he's definitely a big sort of crucial part of the match player.
Oh, um, wide one, looking for two. Easy for UCC there, despite Ali's good arm. Well, you say that about Sabo. I know as the assistant coach for the Czech national team, Charles, you're big on energy and motivation in the field. And in those CE Cup games, Sabo was one of the most vocal players for the Czech national team, despite some of the outcomes for Czech Republic with the losses to Luxembourg and Austria. And he was just so vocal, so motivating. And yeah, when like you say, when he's like that, he's a gem to have in your side, not just for his bowling, batting, and fielding, but he's just a loud, motivating guy as well.
That's right. He is. You've got to harness his power. Like as a
Hmm.
coach, it's a real challenge, and a lot of there's so many different sort of comments on different things. But you're right. Like his energy has got to be harnessed in the right way, and you've got to remember he's a young player. He's in his early 20s. He's got a long way to go. He's already so experienced, um, and you can't teach players to want the ball. Kea is a similar player that when the tough gets going, he wants the ball in his hand.
Hmm.
Sudesh obviously. There's a few of them out there that just in the critical moments in big games want that ball. And yeah, Saba's a work in progress, but he's one of the players you just got to let fly at the same
Fine
time.
tuning, I would say.
Yeah, fine
As
tuning.
as we're talking about Saba, Ritek's come back onto bowl. He started with a big leg side wide to Piyush for his first ball.
He's got an easy single out there. So what do you think of the field, Joe? He's got it
Oof.
pretty spread. He's obviously seeing, you know, maybe.
He's keeping it. He's going to keep it outside off stump if you look at the field. So he's got two in, three in on the offside in the ring, and third man deep point and long off. So it's going to be full and outside off stump this delivery. Maybe not full.
Yeah, but he's got his line right. That's
The
for sure.
sweeper's there. He's got the protection.
I think it is a good field because I'm interested to know if he's going to change it for Pioche because Divi tends to maybe hit the boundary a little more than Pioche, but Pioche will
The
look
only,
to
yeah,
swing.
yeah. The only thing I would say maybe for Piyush, you want behind square on the offside as well. Piyush is quite good at manipulating with his wrist, as you can see there. Finds the gap and it
Beautiful
runs
shot.
away.
Yeah,
Wow.
he picked that gap. He just had to pick the deep cover and the deep mid off. Really, really good shot. It was a full toss, so
Hmm.
he put it
Didn't try to
away.
overhit it.
Yeah, that's why he's one of my favourite players, Pioche. Such a good timer of the ball, tall at the crease, elegant, and some might think he might not suit T10, but he really, really does. He can score, keep the rate up with the best of them.
Good single there.
And one of his key attributes, he's still at the crease. That's why I think I like his batting. He stays still at the crease, watches it so closely.
How question for you, Charles. So
Mhm.
Ritek coming on the bowl now outside of the power play, and with Bohemian's bowling depth, do you think he's better suited to bowl his two overs in the power play? Cause get a bit of swing, outswingers to the right-handers. Oh,
Oh, it's a good question. I think Jarvid really likes to mix it up,
hmm
and I think I don't think they go in too much with a plan. The Bohemians. He's a very good captain. When I say it's too much of a plan, I think he just goes on his feeling. He seems like one of these captains. So Ritik, it's hard to know where he suits him, and he's captaining for him for the first time. But
definitely.
which I think in T10 there's such a tendency not to bowl bowlers for their two overs straight because you know
Line them up.
yeah, maybe gives the batsman a little bit of an opportunity to line them up. But they're doing pretty well. They're still restricting them to eight, just under eight and over. Um, you know,
Three big
Divi
overs here for United. Yeah.
Divi hit his four boundaries in that one over. He had his six, but he hasn't got away. That's actually a pretty good return. Ritik will take, I think he'd take an eight and over
Yeah,
off his two.
just that one boundary from that last over as we're getting into. Although T10 is always big hitting, but at the death even more so.
And he's saved Saba, so he's going to bring back on Nirmal and probably save Saba for
You
the
got
ninth over,
does
maybe.
Javin not have an over left as
Yeah,
well?
I think it'll be
Javin,
Nirmal,
Ali, and Saba.
Nirmal, Javed, and then Saba. So for me, yeah, Javed's a really good captain.
Is he captain in this T? Because Ali Waka was captain for the T20s.
That's right,
hmm
and it's been good to see this season captaincy handed around a little bit.
hmm
We had Naveen P for
PCC Rooks, yeah.
yeah, and even though they lost in that semi-final, oh, what do we got?
Ooh,
Oh,
overrun it. It's
Zahid.
just
So
unfortunate there in the
Pioche
field.
again, normal bowling into his zone. He's delightfully smacked it down to sort of a wide long on. Zahid running across and sort of butchered it a little bit. Could have done a little bit better. Sort of overran it. I guess the outfield's maybe a little bit tacky,
From all the rain that we've had, yeah.
and it's such a contrast, Joe. Yesterday the field it was. I swear this grass has grown overnight with all this rain. It was faster and a bit lower yesterday. So the players are probably used to a field that was even a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Um, and so they've just got to do a little bit of adjustment in the field.
Mhm.
But Zahid could have done a little bit better there, but not to worry. That's
Good comeback
T10.
by Nimar though. Dot ball.
Dot ball.
Only 15 left in the innings now. Slower ball.
He should come back for two. They might challenge him here. I reckon they'll
Yeah,
have to.
easy,
Yeah,
easy
easy
to.
two.
Even
But
if he
mate,
collected it cleanly, Divi
I
and Piyush, experienced
think
players.
you watch this. They might even remove Zahid down. I was going to say I thought the fielders were chirping at Zahid to make better ground, but not to worry. And Ali, yeah, but actually Ali hasn't bowled his second, so
Yeah, they've got three options for two
yeah, three
overs.
options. Yeah, so you're right.
Oh,
But still,
Piyush missing out there.
they won't mind it. They're going still at less than eight and over.
hmm
Maybe that's why he's had the luxury to choose, and he did, particularly well. I think bowling Ritik at that time. Well, it's worked out so far so good.
Looking
But
at who's next for UCC. Ayush is padded up and someone else there. Oh,
what do you think is a the Bohemians batting pretty well, Joe. What do you think the score is here that they need, United?
well, I'd say United, the same as Bohemians, and I think a lot of teams in Czech cricket are bowler heavy first.
Hmm.
Especially if you get a few quick wickets at the top of the order, the big batsman, the pressure's on. Not so many players are able to handle the pressure batting, like you say, runs on the board. So even if they do get the 80, UCC will fancy themselves with Pramod as the captain, bowling change. He's an inspirational captain. He's very clever. Mix it up. They've got some change of pace bowlers, but obviously with Sabah and Sahil, Tanky himself, like there's big hitters for Bohemians, but if they come off, they could make very short work of it. But I feel it's going to be a close one. Even if they get just above 75, we're in for a treat.
It's nice to have Cushy out there umpiring. I listened to a few nice stories last night. A few of the PCC guys were telling me about the history of the Rooks and a few different areas about PCC club in Cubs Jarvid.
Shot.
Oh, one bounce, few bounces
Yeah,
rolls away into the boundary. Who was that?
that was Piyush.
Piyush,
That was that shot
lovely
I said
batting. Yeah,
behind square offside.
he's lovely to watch. He's an old school batsman for me. I'd love to see him play 40 over cricket, and he's underrated. He was a huge loss for PCC last year. But just going into that, Joe,
hmm
about the Rooks and
How
Pramod.
old are they, Charles? If you're
Uh,
saying
who's that? Sorry,
the
the
Rooks, you were saying that you were the beginning of them.
well, yeah. Well, it was that they've been around for a few years. But what was interesting is how Kushal captained the side. And they really built the team over a period of 4 years, and then Kushal took them and to Division One champions,
hmm
which was an incredible feat. They had guys like Piosh, Pramud, and it was a young team that knocked off the Kings,
hmm
which I think is good for Prague Cricket Club, and just hearing the stories of how it evolved and how Cushy's such an inspirational leader. My point is that I think that's rubbed off a lot on Pramod,
hmm
and he's got that similar style of captaincy.
Oh, unlucky
Very
there.
inspiring, bringing the team together.
hmm
So it's nice to see Cushy out there umpiring them. And I think when last year the Kings made the decision, a very gutsy decision to sort of break up the two teams,
Yeah.
and in a COVID year there was a lot to consider. So they split up the key teams, brought Cushy back into the Kings, and then a couple of players left as a result. But still, everyone's still friends. But I just love to watch Pramod skipper the side.
hmm
He's again national team selector, so he's very passionate, very knowledgeable. But he's just got this united team buzzing. And going back to your point, I think that they will be all over the Bohemians, regardless of the score.
Yeah.
Um, and who do you see as some of their threats? Who's
Shot.
that? Divi slashing away. So
One bounce.
even that, he reminds me a little bit of Mihaela J. Wardener, the way he bats. Do you think a
I,
little
I,
bit?
I can definitely see your point there, yeah. On his knee, using the little bit of width. It wasn't necessarily a wide ball from Javid, but used the width in his slot, knee down,
So
over
Jarvid,
cover.
so that actually boosts them up into that sort of 8 and over realm.
hmm
8.33 they're scoring at. Divi Singh moves on to 40 off 23, 5 boundaries and 1-6. Piosh doing very well with him, dealing in boundaries as well, but also, uh, you know, turning the strike over well. So we've got 1 over to go,
Ali
2 for
Waka's coming on.
75. Do you think 90's enough?
Oh, last over you're asking me, and I said 75 UCC will be competitive. If they get 90, they'll be ecstatic. So
That'll
let's
be
say let's
really
say you
ecstatic.
want 10 minimum roughly off the last over. So you get 10, 12 you'd say is pass. So
Yeah.
we'll see what how Ali bowls here. He bowled a great first over, got a wicket, and went for very few runs.
In T10, I always say 80 or 85's a defendable score,
hmm
because teams, you can have a couple of quiet overs and then take that through to the end, and with wickets. And that's not a bad move. So Piosh, he, yeah, one, Ali. Did he miss me?
He'll come
And,
back.
um, and so I think, yeah, I think 85 is absolutely defendable, although par, on today with this slowish outfield might be about 90.
Yeah, I
But
was about to say I think the weather today suits the bowling teams better. Easy too there. Piyush is coming back.
and it's the Prague Cricket Club got in here and worked for a couple of days bringing it up, but it's also a big credit to Chris Pearce and his wife to looking after the facilities and
Hmm.
maintaining and all their hard work that goes in. And the Prague Cricket Club.
Oh, it's coming
So,
fast. It's coming fast. Is that? He does
so they
well.
have. Oh, he's saying no. He's sending back. There's definitely two there on Zahid's arm. So okay,
The
Pioche. So
quick release there though. Good field in there in the end.
it was
Clean
good
pickup,
fielding.
quick release.
Yeah, that's right.
Put
That's
doubt in the mind.
half of the problem. And Ali Hassan, the Prince of Lahore, the Pakistani Prince Ali Hassan from PCC, doing a couple of beer runs for us here. And what's happening for the afternoon, Joe? You got the family here at the Prague Cricket Club Family Day.
Hmm.
Unfortunately,
I'm looking out for them at the moment. I
yeah,
don't think they've
they're
come
around.
back from
There's
lunch yet.
women and children and dogs you're looking for around. Nice. And you travelled all the way from Budapest this morning?
No, much closer. That's despite the weather. That's why we decided to come halfway between Prague and Budějovice. So it's only an hour's drive. So
Nice.
much shorter trip. Good fielding by Ritek there, by Tanky on the good gather. Only one ball left. I think 7 runs of the over so far. Very tight.
So, yeah, 82. I still think that's okay.
Boundary now. UCC will go in with good momentum, but they'll be happy even with the score.
And who do you favour for bowling for UCC?
Oh, he's
Oh,
gone.
he's
He's
got
gone.
it.
It's
Yeah,
gone.
nice.
Shot by Divi. Unfortunately,
And it will bring up his 50,
yep,
I
51 off
believe. Is that right?
27. It looks like it. Yep.
What a knock. I mean, is that a match-winning knock, Joe Foster? A 51, um, off 27 deliveries, 5 4s, 2 6s. Pioche Singh going hard with him, 22 off 15. 88, I like it. I like it.
You are UCC. Obviously, Pramod's going to open the bowling. I think he'll bowl his ones back to back, depending how well his first over goes. He likes bowling, taking the responsibility in the power play. Um, Piyush outside of the power play bowling, lots of variations again, a change of pace, not much speed, which can be a blessing in disguise. Not much for Saba to work with, so you have to put the power in yourself. Um, would have to have a look at the rest of the team to be fair. Who else they've got of their
Yeah,
regular
well,
players?
that's it. I said it yesterday. I was looking at United's attack, and Pioche and a couple of guys they've sort of had a few extras. It was hot. It was late in the day.
Hmm.
And with absolutely no disrespect, I thought they just looked slightly one-dimensional in the sense that they didn't have a spinner that I didn't see. Have you seen?
They have a leg spinner today. I don't know if he's in the playing 11, but I've seen him around today. Uh, Very good leg spinner, good variation. Bowls a quicker one, pushing it through, and can fly it up.
Okay.
But you've got to be a brave man to bowl a leg spinner in a T10.
Well,
But
that's true. You know what? But how's this? I'll put it to you. Sabah's not big on spin historically,
hmm
and that's what I thought they might. Did they go away and think about it? That like, where's our variation? Because they've got a few bowlers that are trundling in. Even if they had a left arm bowler, or if they had just someone to mix up that pace, because teams, riders yesterday really lined them up and sort of put them away. So I'm just curious if maybe they just don't have it in the side and available, but I'd love to see them. And if that leg spinner comes in today, maybe, if they can do it, I guess, open it against Sabah. I've seen spinners get wickets in the first over.
hmm
You were probably umpiring against Austria when that Austrian
Sabah first ball,
Sabah
diamond
first
duck.
ball bowled him around his
It
legs,
looked like
yeah?
it was going wide.
Yeah. And so teams have probably worked that out, done a little bit of homework. But yeah, we'll see in about 5 or 10 minutes. We'll come back
Quick
and join.
turnarounds.
And thanks for joining me, umpire Joe Foster, and we'll be back soon.
Thank you, Charles.
Welcome back to Vinosh in Prague, Czech Republic, and for the second semi-final of the Prague Cricket Club T10 Challenger Cup for its second running year. Brought to you by Bohoco and Tiffins by Nibu, our fantastic sponsors. Prague Cricket Club, Bavachi. And we are right in the thick of it at the moment. We've got Pramod, the skipper of United, opening the bowling, and I'm joined by Joe Foster. Joe, what do you make of this start? Pramod Baguli up against Sabawoon Davisi. What a mouth-watering clash this is.
I'm surprised, but I like that he's coming round the wicket. Pramod generally likes bowling over the wicket, even to left-handers.
I always say it, I always say it, you've got to come up with something in T10 or limited over cricket where you've got to do something a bit funny, whether it's round the wicket, short cover, short mid-wicket, something just to put the batsman off.
Oh,
Looks like it probably struck him outside the line. Umpire Joe Foster, put your umpire hat on there, just outside the line at off stump maybe.
From my angle can't really tell, but I'd say going
Going
he was
down
across the
leg.
stumps. But if you look to the field there, 6-3 offside leg side, so big plan there to Sabawoon.
They've done their plans. Knowing Pramod would have sat up all night, pencil in his ear, sketching
Yes.
away a few plans on the phone to the senior boys. He looks confident out there. He's got his hair cut last week, sides shortened for a bit of extra fast bowling.
Interesting who Saba's opening partner is. Have you seen?
Yeah, Sahil.
Oh, going big guns straight away, Bohemians.
He loves that shot. It's one of his signatures, hitting straight down the ground, Sahil. So the big guns are, I like Sahil in green. I I'm a fan of this setup. Both Czech national team players, and I'm really interested to see how they respond here.
Well, if Bohemians put Pramod under the pump, put him under pressure, it definitely can get to United because he is, like we were saying in the last innings, the inspirational leader of the team. Most of the time, he's the most reliable, most consistent bowler. So if you start getting him for runs, it gives you the confidence to hit the other bowlers for runs too.
That's right, and this is a big wicket here. Sahil, how does he go? There we go. Oh,
Just
wow.
out of Rudaraj's reach.
Wow, that was a little clutch moment.
Was he on the edge of the circle, do you think? Maybe a bit too far in.
Yeah. Wow. I love it, Sahil. You know what, Joe? For me, he sometimes he doesn't look like a safe wicket. Sometimes he's like Saywag or something. He'll go out.
100%.
He'll hit 60 or 130 or two or four. You know, like there's not too many in betweens with Sahil. And it's the way he plays. And I don't know what's
Uh,
going on
uh,
here.
Rutaraj is coming on to
Here we
bowl. Big,
go.
big
So
call by Pramod here. Probably pre-planned, obviously. That's the second over.
has Rudaraj still got a bit of a limp from his knee surgery, do you think? Is he sort of favouring a knee? Or he had that horrific knee injury. Um, but wow, what a call for Pramod to bring on Rudaraj. We were talking about it yesterday. We were calling him Hollywood Rudaraj. He came down for a chat. He's one of our favourite players. And we're saying he's a big game player. So here we are. What a moment. And this is what you get, you know. So look,
Box of tricks.
I like it. I like that we were saying
One
it.
thing to watch out for, so you're asking for the inside knowledge.
Hmm.
He's got very sticky trainers. He can get his front foot stuck on the mat sometimes. Honestly, watch for it. Oh,
Right
couple of
from the horse's
wides.
mouth there, umpire Joe Foster informing us Rudaraj has got the stickiest trainers in the Czech Republic, and some say he puts chewing gum on the front of them for extra stickiness.
Big shot.
Wow,
There you
but
go.
Saba,
Oh, 4 runs.
yeah, Saba's going to launch on anything short or wayward. You've got to outfox Saba to a degree, but that's okay. Look, I like the risk. So Divi having a chat with him. Uh,
Good move by Divi, really. I think it's good for Pramod. He's got a couple of lieutenants out there with Piyush and Devindra coming into the team as well, and being behind the stumps gives a good view. So let's
yeah,
see. And obviously Divi knowing Saba very well from the Barbarians days. What's the comeback?
yeah, nice.
Very well played there by Saba.
And they'll
Ayush was a
actually
bit
get
slow
two.
to pick up on the ball.
It's really well run, actually.
Yeah,
I like the way Saba. He's a smart batsman like that. He'll chasing these sorts of totals. Again, I was chatting with him yesterday. You know, if you get your boundary, absolutely go after your boundaries. But you know, essentially pull your head in if you need to. There's going to be a couple of good balls in an over, so play them on their merits still. Don't lose your head and he's starting to adapt it naturally into his game anyway. He loves the little run down to third man,
is
and
he
he
there? Is
still
he there?
plays big shots. So it's classic Sabbath at the fifth ball of the over here. He'll take that. He'll trot through for his dot ball. Or there's still one to come. So the Rudaraj gamble, that's okay. What is he gone? He's
Two single
so
above the asking rate, but
yeah.
if it's not a boundary here, it's not a failed experiment, you would
I'm
say.
interested. So they know. Look, they know Sahil likes straight.
Yeah,
Um, so let's see if he goes after it. Yeah,
not
nice.
much.
And so that's pretty good cricket from Bohemians. And these two actually make for a good opening combination, I think. If you want
T10 cricket, I
a
love it.
T10, it's pretty formidable, you know. And if it doesn't work, they've got a pretty long batting order, a left-hand, right-hand combination. Umpire Kushal. I was having a laugh with Kushal last night. A few of the players thought there was an edge yesterday. I think Niraj definitely thought he had one of the players caught behind. Um,
Shot.
yeah,
Saba.
that's signature
Classic
Saba.
Saba.
So maybe the Ruturaj gamble didn't pay off, but I like it. I like that they tried it. Um,
Let's see where we
and
go now.
but you know, Ruturaj, I just didn't see him bowl yesterday, so he'll be disappointed, but not to worry. I think Pramod's got a few more tricks up his sleeve, but I still see Ruturaj just slightly limping. I noticed it yesterday. Maybe he hasn't fully recovered from the knee. Um, but what's that, Joe? 23 off the first two. Um, it's definitely still game
Yeah,
on.
it could be worse for United. Like if it was 30, you would say that Bohemians are almost there, so to speak. But like this, Pramos has another good over here. Obviously, like you said, bowls himself in the power play, back-to-back overs. Will want a wicket here, put Bohemians under pressure, bring in a
Yeah,
new batsman.
yeah. And Sahil's not going to hang around. Oh, oh, yeah, it's a little bit slippery out there.
Off the pitch, it was. Nice carry there from Pramos delivery. Maybe surprising Sahil from the length that it was on.
Yeah, there seems to be that length in the wicket. I mean, you've umpired out there a lot. Tell me, is there just for me backward length? It just seems to zip through and maybe full. Sometimes it not keep slow. I'm not saying it's inconsistent bounce, but
Hmm
there is that length that can kick up a little bit
it's
and
the effort
carry.
ball,
It's the effort
I would
ball.
say.
Uh huh.
Shub Samira's the best, one of the best ones at it for
Uh huh.
PCC Kings. When he pulls it back a the length, a little bit of extra gas, it can zip through, especially if it's coming into the right hander, make it
Yeah.
very awkward.
Yeah. You're right. I've seen a few of those. Just tuck these batsmen up for room and get glove and. But this is good here from Sahil. He's just taking an interesting approach, and he's yeah.
I think he's just playing off the best bowler.
Yeah,
No
that's
need to
right.
take risks with
So
Pramod.
it's good from Sahil for this, you know.
There you go,
Um,
exactly. Get him behind
yeah,
the ball.
but I think you know he's probably having a little think now, Sahil. It's like, hey, I've blocked two. Are people watching? What are people thinking? So maybe if he's strong enough, he'll play each ball on his merit. There we go.
Oh,
That is classic
good
Sahil,
call
you
there,
know.
Charles.
I really think that little square, that little walk to square leg, he was thinking about it. Geez, I just blocked two. What should I do? And he unfortunately, and full credit to Pramod
Yeah,
to produce this. This really swings the game round now. So 63 required of 43, 64 of 43, and Sahil Grover departs a huge wicket and the old Fox Pramod has got his man, and that was a lovely bit of bowling. Two dot balls with
who's
a
coming in
wicket.
at number three for Bohemians? Ooh, this will be good.
Is
It's
this?
tanky.
Is it? It is
Yeah,
Tank Ritik Toma coming to the crease, and this is right up the Tank's alley. You know, I think he's he's so good at T10. He's going to play his natural game. He enjoys the big occasion. Semi-finals is where he and finals is where he performs. So he wants to get a few runs off this over, I'm sure.
got one ball left of Pramod.
Okay,
If you're
so
sensible, play it out,
yeah,
go for the
that's
rest.
right. Cut your losses maybe. Um, so Pramod will be really happy with a dot ball here. Oh, he's giving him.
Oh,
Wow. Oh,
tanky can
Tankin hanging around. He
sometimes.
has to go. Wow, that's a huge wicket. What a ball. Was that a slower ball, Joe? Slightly held
It looked
back.
like it was slower out of the hand, and Tank was just stuck on the crease. He can be susceptible to LBWs. Um, he just didn't get
Oh,
forward.
goodness. What a ball. Pramod is such a big game player. They went up. I don't know how Kushal could have turned that one down. I don't know. I wouldn't say it was a fraction high, but if there was anything, it looked slightly high. I don't know if that makes sense, but it,
I see. I exactly see what you mean. Yeah,
yeah,
but maybe not enough doubt in Kushal's mind.
yeah, but he was trapped on the crease. So I think, I don't know if he had a good stride in, but they went up and the tank hung around, not in any kind of way, showing dissent, but
No,
he was so disappointed that he'd been given. But the Fox Pramod with a little change of pace and wow,
2 for 9 of his two
two
overs.
for nine off his two overs, Joe. So that has swung this game after Rudaraj went for 15, which is not a disaster, but after, Pramod's first over, and here we are. Is this our leg spinner, Joe, that we were
No, this is
discussing?
not. This is not the leg spinner that I was talking about, but it is a spinner. And unsure of the action at the moment. But like you were saying, test Sabun with some pace off the ball, something different. We will wait for the first ball to be bowled and see what comes
Yeah,
Saba's way.
that's right. And it is a perfect time to bring on a spinner. I don't
Three
know.
back on the leg
The
side.
Bohemians could be rattled. So this is Zahid that's walked in, experienced player, destructive player, and
Ah, there we go. Extra cover behind point now for Saba. That's always needed.
has that gully fieldsman got a mask on,
He
Joe?
does, yes.
Okay, that's good safety. So a little bit of hesitation there, but so that's good. They just need to just exercise a bit of control here. The Bohemians. Saba's got to stay calm. He's got his old buddy there, Zahid, and maybe knock a couple around and then look to explode. But a real key moment. So this run rate sort of climbing. It's sort of on par. So 63.41. Yeah, about 8 and over. So it's back in check.
So Kumar's the bowler.
Maybe this is this bit of variation that we were talking about that
Mm.
United needed. There was just the cream on the top of their team for me that they just needed um, someone like.
Also, for these batsmen, probably have never faced Kumar before, so you need a. He looks like he's got a high action and bowls a little bit. Oh, there we go. There's Sabra. Hasn't timed it completely. Bounces safely in front of Ayush, who
Oh,
does well in the end. Slippery down there, deep extra cover,
he's
just the
sort.
2 runs.
Again, these players have been running on a perfectly hard surface all yesterday. Now it's a bit slippery, a bit
He
tacky.
wears the Rituraj has the stickiest shoes. Ayush has some slippery
Ah, that's
shoes.
Ayush from Joe Foster, from the stickiest shoes to the slippery shoes. Oh, that has to be close. That has to be close.
Pad, only the pad for me.
Oh, it's one of those ones.
If Divi's not going for it,
Okay, Divi didn't go up.
he did, but
Okay.
not as much as everyone here. And Divi appeals
Wow.
for everything.
Okay. Oh, that just looked like one of those ones that.
Yeah. Oh, he's
Oh,
connected with
wow.
that.
That's gone. That's huge six.
Won't miss twice.
So that's what he tried the first one, Joe, but he connected that time. Saba pulling that ball out, and that could potentially be a lost ball that was hit so far.
He's gone a good
So,
20 meters back from the boundary. Traveled 80 meters that one.
yeah.
As you'd normally say, a six on any ground.
So pressure released. Saba goes to 21.
Got one ball left of the over.
And we'll just check and see.
Oh, ball's coming onto the pitch. I think Saba will probably wait back and try to do the same again. Make UCC think second, think again about bowling a spinner to him.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is he coming in trying to cut it or is he actually trying to turn it?
Half and half. I think it's
Yeah,
cutters
yeah.
mainly.
Oh, that's straight to point and screamed, yes,
Oh,
Subber. That's pretty
nah.
poor cricket. He wanted the single. It's classic Subber. It's the fifth ball of the over, and he's hit it straight to a fielder and called yes because he loves the strike.
Was that, would you say that was the fielder's throw, wicket keeping backing up, or all three for
Ah,
the overthrow there?
look, if he it was a probably a poor throw,
Hmm.
but had he picked that up cleanly and got it back to the keeper, Subber was out, and he's hit it straight to the short point and run. It was an awkward one to take, but and then backing up. Look at that. There's four people spread, so someone should have been a little bit
Yeah,
quicker there. So maybe
shy him out.
show him out.
Short fine leg.
But it all happened so quickly. You can't blame him. Um, so was it? Yeah. So
So
now it's the fifth ball over. So he's probably going to do something similar here, but he might have learned his lesson.
new bowler with the mask on
Oh,
lefty.
sorry.
He's had a no ball. It was
Yeah, what's
very
it?
close.
Umpire, put your umpire hat on
He's
here, Joe.
looking.
Is he going to call a no ball or is he
He's
going to
just
call?
thinking about it.
Yeah,
There you
yeah,
go. Yeah.
okay. I like Cushy. He gets through his signalling quick. And, he's called a no ball there because the ball's pitched off the wicket, and now it's going to be a free hit. So I don't mind this change of pace, but let's see what Zahid's got on a free hit. They're changing the field. Well, they're allowed to change the field if I'm right, Joe.
Yeah. Batsmen have changed strike. Although there might be some very late rule in the ICC guidelines that it has to be off the bat, possibly, but I'd have to read the 120-page booklet to get to
Okay.
the bottom of
Yeah.
that one.
Nighttime reading. I love a good appeal for a good team appeal for LB when the ball's clearly going down leg. I love it.
Pitching a good foot outside leg stump as well with that angle.
Sometimes say to teams, it's like appealing's a bit of an art because if you appeal like this for everything that hits the pad, oh,
Oh,
that would have been
Divi was
out.
close there.
You reckon that would
Ah,
have
the
been close?
second? Oh no.
But they're scampering through. But just on that, I think, you see the good teams, they don't go up unless they really know it's out. But like Pramod's shout, when everyone goes up, um,
It
really
gives it an
creates,
extra
gives
extra
that
feel.
extra, impression that it's out. And I think over appealing can work against you to a degree. Classic Sabe slapped that over, one bounce into the boundary, maybe two. So he's motoring along here. Saba, he moves to 22, or is it 26?
26, yeah.
26. And Zahid's hanging around, and that's all he really needs to do. So it sort of changes the scope now to 46 required off 32. Saba 26, Zahid 1, and it's Chaitana. No, it's not Chaitana. They've got him listed there.
Oh,
Oh,
great
blazed
shot.
away. I love the way he plays that shot. He really
God.
sort of throws his arms at it. A huge backswing, follow through.
So,
Uh,
so UCC's got one objective now. Saba's got to go out, and the only way they're going to do it next over, Piyush is going to have to come on to bowl.
that's maybe the matchup. Their last throw of the dice, you reckon, Joe? Bring Pioche on. Maybe
Before it gets
surprising.
to run a ball, if it gets to
Yeah,
run a ball, Bohemians have no pressure on them.
maybe have they left it too late. But I like the fact that United have thrown the dice, and maybe with a score of what are they defending, 85 or something, 88 that they needed to. That's going to be close to a wide.
Probably the right call there from Kush, but Saba was a long way outside his off stump too.
Yeah, it's a funny one, Joe. Like if they move across to the wide, like if Saba picks up his stance, moves across the wide, do you follow the wide with him prior to the Like if he's sort of in his bowling stride and Samba's moving, do you move the wide line with you, or do you just have the wides as a guide, or the wide lines as a guide, and just call anything outside it wide?
It completely depends on the laws and the playing conditions of like the tournament you have,
Hmm.
but the wide lines that should only be a guide, and it
Okay. Yep.
depends on how the batsman is lining up. It's not Piyush coming on to bowl. How the batsman is lining up. It doesn't have to be before the bowler's bowled the ball,
Hmm.
just as it passes the batsman and the
Uh-huh.
crease. And if the batsman takes a big step to off,
Yep.
and it's within it's called a traditional cricket shot's reach,
Uh-huh.
then it's fair game to the bowler. The
Yeah.
bowlers have it tough enough as it is, most people say, especially in
Yeah.
T10 cricket.
Yep. And same goes for the leg side, or is it just anything down leg? Like if they step right across, um, do you still
We had
call?
a big discussion with the CEO of Czech Cricket, Terry O'Connor, about this
Okay.
the weekend before the semi-finals and finals of Div
Uh-huh.
1. We've just watched this ball, and a batsman stepped right inside the line of the ball, and it went down leg side, and didn't signal a wide because the the rule should is that the batsman cannot make the ball a wide.
Uh-huh.
As Steve Tripp, the ICC umpire from Belgium, would say as well. But Terry was saying that in the Czech 2020 playing conditions, anything down the leg side is a wide to make it easier for the umpires.
Okay, regardless. Okay.
Hmm.
Uh-huh. Interesting, yeah. Well, that's right. As you mentioned, it's probably uh,
Consistency.
yeah, and whatever comes into the playing collision, as long as it's clear in the playing conditions and can be a guide, it's always good to it's such a good discussion point, the wides.
Saba took 3 steps down there. It's coming towards us. It's not making it.
No! Oh,
Unfortunate for ECC there.
Pioche.
Neither of the fielders,
Oh,
Ruturaj or
Rudraj,
Piyush, looked
Pioche.
comfortable
They're
there.
having a laugh about it. They're such good blokes, but Saba has just drilled that down the ground. It's gone so high, Joe, and then it was like slow motion. Rudraj and Pioche, Rudraj at mid-on, Pioche at mid-off, running across and just dissecting them. It looked catchable, and
Very good
now he's
shot there
flayed it
from
away
Saba.
another boundary. So that was the moment I was just thinking if they get Saba, and again, it's um, if you know those key moments in a match. There's always one key moment in a match that you generally have to take to win if you've got a really
Yeah,
big
if you
player.
took that, but neither fielder made a big call that we could hear from the commentary box. They, it looked like it was more Piyush's catch because it was long off, and he just misjudged it. Maybe ran in a bit too much.
Yeah,
Couldn't get
he
his feet settled before going for the catch.
initially he looked like you're right. He had it,
Oh,
and that's
he's
classic
just
Saba.
having fun now, isn't he?
He's having fun. He's in his
He
element.
knows he's got
He's
his
a big game
50s coming
player.
up soon.
Wow, that's really good stuff. And our spiritual leader and treasurer Prakash, also President CMK's walking past, giving us the thumbs up. But yeah, Pioche looked like he had that, and Rudiraj running across might have affected it, but yeah, it's a hard one. Um, and now Saba in full control. Now Ganesh should push here. He should push here. Absolutely, such a big ground. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
easy
twos out
two
there.
there.
And Zahid, old Zahid, 2 off 5s, just a passenger in the Saba show at the moment. Um,
So Saba's go for a big shot here or go for the single, push the single, ready to face the next over.
I reckon old Saba's going to pinch his single. He knows exactly how many balls have come to in this over. Watch this. Yeah, there he is. His little
No, no,
signature.
he's got the four.
But um,
Oh, didn't make
but
it. Neither
he'll
on the
take two.
boundary.
He doesn't mind. He's jogging back slowly, but he'll have to take his two there, Saba. So that gives Zahid the strike, but it now brings it pretty much into a runner ball, 25 off 24 in T10. Uh, in T10,
Unless there's a flurry of wickets here, you
yeah,
only see interest in Piyush just not coming on to all. Maybe he's got a little injury. leg injury or shoulder injury. Neelish is coming on to bowl now. Good line and length bowler, but not really variation or pace here to trouble either batsman. Interestingly, not not too much vocal. Not they're not very vocal. UCC Prama. Usually you can hear him from anywhere on the pitch.
Yeah,
He's out on the boundary.
yeah. I think they take that Saba catch
Hmm.
all over him.
Let's see. There's still a bit of chance here.
There's still a chance,
Get a few dot balls before you get the wicket here off Zahid.
and this is where you slow the game down.
Yeah,
Yeah, you make a few adjustments. You make Zahid have a little bit of a think, and
missing out there. Bit of a long hop. Neelish Pandit gets away with that one. Into Ayush Sharma. No.
that's a six. Yeah, so this might be over quickly. Unfortunately for United, and a quick score update in the second game. We've got the Riders from Dresden playing the Lions.
And the Raiders were undefeated in the group stages. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, and they have to be favourites. I think, up along with Bohemians, maybe.
But they've got
Um,
work to do in the bowling department there.
yeah, that's right. So, and that split the
Split the
gap as
gap.
well.
Yeah.
So Zahi gets another boundary, back-to-back boundary, six and a four. But over to Banksfield, Joe. What have we got? We've got Warsaw 47 off 36, so that's a pretty even game as well.
Looking like Warsaw are probably trying to keep the wickets in hand and go big at the end so that they don't have too much pressure on them. I would say with United's field, mid wicket is a bit too straight for the type of bowling that Neelish is doing. His length
Uh-huh. That's Zahid's go-to, that's his
straight in
area.
that gap again. Yeah,
He's There's three boundaries in a row now. So six and two fours. Hang on, sorry.
yeah.
We go back to this one. And it's a bit of a walk in the park now for
Yeah, those three
Bohemians.
boundaries resides. His strike rate's now back to 177.
Yeah, 6-4-4 with two to come still in the over.
Could finish it this over. Away.
Yes, Rudraj. Raj, unlucky for him.
Saba's not coming back for the second though. He's staying there. Didn't look comfortable under it. Picked it up quickly. Ran towards the ball, but again never got his feet set, so he was still as the ball came to him.
Yeah, man. Just big over from Neelish. Unfortunately, 15 already. Sabra will just want a single here.
Single or six. Single. Run out.
Oh,
He looks like he's gone there. No. Throw was a bit high.
oh, Divvy
Divi
having a
Singh
word to
had
him.
quite a bit of
Divvy's
work to
having a
do.
laugh and a word saying, mate, that was pretty close. How's Sabah though? So predictable. I think in a little bit on that fifth ball. He's done it twice now. That one smashed it. Well, you know, plonked it straight to cover and takes off.
Oh, Piyush is coming on to bowl now, but
Oh wow! I wonder,
it's
Joe, if that's a tactical thing that or decision that Pramod might be thinking about tonight. Uh, but I like it. I like it that he rolled the dice with the other bowlers.
oh yeah, nothing against that. It's like the last over when it was still just about runnable, flare of wickets. You bring on Piyush instead of Neelish. It probably doesn't change the game, but you have a look. But yeah, Divi had quite a bit of work to do there with the throw that came in. It was quite high and wide.
Uh huh.
So It's tough to tell.
Yeah, that's
But as
right.
a wicketkeeper, you can see the line sometimes better than the umpire.
Hmm.
Stands and delivers. One bounce to deep extra cover.
So not many now.
Single digits, 9 runs
Sabra will fancy himself for a 50 here.
in one shot.
I think in one shot, and or even a couple of boundaries he might like. Oh no, well then yeah. There we go.
Good fielding on the boundary.
Mhm.
That's the one thing you can say with UCC. They always will give their best, no matter if the game's against them. Until it's gone, they're in it.
Yeah, yeah, a newish club, I think, into their second season, if I'm right.
Yep.
Promote taking over, and
So
they've got a
the
lot of.
ashes of Velvari CC. Many Velvari players.
Yeah, okay, wow, that's really great. Yeah, well liked. Is Cushy going to have his little standard think about
It
this?
pitched. I
Unmoved,
think it
Cushy.
pitched behind
Oh, which
the
in
thing, so
fact
it should
should
be
be
a
a
wide.
wide. Yeah, you're right.
No, he's
No,
that's no
okay.
ball.
I love his quick signalling. Poor scorers have got and within half
So
a second he signalled three things. So
two
was that a,
noble buys there. So it's 3 runs, and now it's in a single hit for Sabat to win the game.
let's see.
Something controversial here that could happen. Takes a single.
Yeah,
Zahid to hit a boundary here.
yeah,
Deny Sabrov his 50.
yeah. Well, or was it five to tie? Oh, well, yeah, that's yeah. I think he's asking.
Maybe
He's,
having a word with his
he's asking
partner
everyone on
here.
the ground what the match situation and what his score might be.
Oh, that's the variation that UCC were looking for earlier on.
And that's what I want to see Zahid tighten up in his technique. He's hitting balls that are well wide of the off stump. He's still trying to heave them over mid wicket where he can maybe look to open up his wrists and look at that, all that area down at third man. See that again, Joe?
Yeah, it's big. Play it straight. Look for the single or double if your shot's not
Yeah,
on. Have a release shot.
yeah, and look, over point, there's no one down there.
No, but
So,
yeah, you play off the back foot a bit more. Use your wrist with
yeah,
the pace that Piyush is bowling and his length. It's
that's
not
right. See,
easy
that's
to get it down
into his
there.
zone.
Pramod get his body behind the ball.
But Pramod will be happy, I think. He won't mind getting into the semis and losing.
No, it's good. Good. Always good experience for them.
And a sign of a good captain. He's varied his attack. He's given these guys at Ruturaj, for example, didn't bowl in the tournament already. He's throwing the ball to him. He's throwing the ball to a couple other guys. He's bringing in a new team-ish, a few new players.
Mhm.
So, it keeps
So
everyone happy.
4 runs to win. 2 overs left. Saba needs 4 runs for his 50, so he's probably asking
Yeah.
Zaid to take a single here.
Yeah, he's like, come on, buddy, do me a favour. I'm Hollywood Subber. I need my 50.
Oh,
That would have hurt.
but
Okay,
the outcome
so
works for Saba.
yeah, so what's he got? He's got to get three, does he?
Yeah, he's gonna look for a boundary. We all know that. Everybody here at Vinoj knows that. Just where is it gonna
You
be?
watch him turn down a single here,
Deep, deep,
maybe.
deep square, like pull shot coming up. Oh,
Oh, didn't take that single that time. Walking down the pitch.
stumping or six? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, yeah. Can you feel a little dirty wicket coming up?
Surprising that Divi's not standing up to the stumps to keep him in his crease. Oh, great
Oh,
Yorker
bowl.
there. Can United take it into the last over? It won't obviously be a victory for them, but it'll be a little morale victory of sorts.
Well, I'll tell you what, a little wicket here might just, a couple of wickets.
There it
There it
is.
is. That's going to be caught. Pioche catches him. Ah,
I just
Pioche.
that moment in front of
Yeah,
us, Piyush's safe hands,
I
bit of
really
better
thought,
communication, or
yeah, if that
case of what
catch,
could have been.
it's Saba departs.
Very good catch there by Piyush. Set himself, safe pair of hands.
Pioche will be saying to himself, why didn't I take that one 4 overs ago? Whenever it was, but it would have changed the game.
Here we go.
And
2 balls left of this over. New batsman on strike. Can they keep him? Keep Zahid off strike until the final over and put a little bit of pressure. Can bring in the fielders up. I like it. UCC. I like it.
just even two dot balls,
Hmm.
they could squeeze a wicket and a dot ball. Yeah, there we go. Now comes the pressure with Pramod pretty much bringing all of his fielders in. He's got a deep
Deep extra
cover,
cover. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so
Puts himself into short extra. That's a good move. Won't want anything to come past him. And the pressure's on the new batsman now. Imran or Huck.
yeah, what's Imran got? He's oh, okay. There's our first dot ball. Imran, I think he's the spiritual leader of Bohemians, isn't
Hmm.
he? He's really like right behind them and
They're
supporting
they're a
them.
big they're a big club.
They're,
Like it's great. They got lots of behind the scenes, not just players
uh-huh.
as members.
Oh, and
And
there it
that's
is.
the
And
oh, it's maybe
Imran
they're
will
gonna have
like
to run
that.
three. They're gonna have to run three. It's not going.
And that's
That's scores are
so that
level.
scores a level. So they do take it to the last over. Oh no, one ball to come is there?
No,
No, no,
that
no.
should be it.
Yeah, that should be it. So
Yeah, here comes Piyush, the bowler last over. Wicket maiden. Can he do it?
yeah, some kind of wicket maiden to send it into a Super Bowl over Joe.
I feel Zahid's just gonna wait for his delivery. The opposite of
Yeah.
what Sahil did in Pramod's final over when he blocked a couple, then went for it. Just wait for one.
Well, Imran, he looks to be a very strong batsman, but maybe not the quickest between the wickets.
Hmm.
So I feel like Zahid's going to have to maybe go
You
for it,
need a
or
short mid wicket UCC. Otherwise, it's just gonna
yeah,
drop and
that's what I was
run.
going to ask you, Joe. What do you think about that deep mid wicket? What's he saving out there?
Happy with that. If he miscues the shot,
Yeah, that's
he
fair
can get
enough.
to long on. He can. Pramod's the one that he should be shorter at long mid on.
Half a chance of a run out here, but that mid wicket's way open.
Yeah. Oh, close and in front.
Okay, dot ball one. That's what we United needed.
Kushal taking a little look at Pramod there for his appeal.
Maybe bat onto pad then, Joe.
Possibly out.
Nothing happened.
I don't know. Possibly hit him outside leg stump. Probably
Yeah.
going down.
Uh-huh. Oh, he's bowled him! Oh, Pioche.
So, who do you
So,
send in, Javid or Ali if you're Bohemians? You just need one run. You got 4 deliveries.
wow.
Piyush is bowling it tight, bowling it full. Ah, the game's not over, but
Game's
it's
not over.
all those what ifs for United. We said they always fight to the last delivery, and you can see it here.
Just a quick update on Banksfield. Warsaw Lions is needing 31 off 24, but they're 3 down. So a couple of quick wickets, it looks like.
2 new men at the crease for Warsaw, but the run rate is still under 8. Mm,
They have to fancy themselves over there. But look, we've got not quite game on here, but an interesting
That's
twist.
Sacklin coming in.
Again, back to it. If
Yeah,
Pioche takes
Sacklin's
that
coming
Saba
in.
catch, so Pioche wants his mid wicket back.
Look again. Look for the run out. Sacklin can be confusing with the calls sometimes. You want the single just to get off strike, just to get the victory. Yeah, putting Neelish number 4 into mid wicket there. No single there.
What do you reckon about a man cad right about now, Joe? It's just,
Piyush is a very good player, very knowledgeable in the rules, great umpire himself, but I don't see him backing up too far there. And
oh,
that's
there it
a good shot
is.
by
Yeah,
Sakhalin.
nice.
Just run the one through. It's not going to the boundary, and that's the victory for Bohemians.
Wow. Well,
Got tied at the end, but they were in control for most of the chase. You can see Pramod
yeah.
hitting his hat on his leg.
Full credit to United taking it into the last over. You know, they're discussing in an animated way a few different things, but you know, I think it comes down to taking a chance, and it was a tough chance for Pioch to take Saba, but I think you take that wicket, and then had there been a couple extras, they
Hmm
could have really snuck a victory in there, but not to worry.
they'll talk about it now. They'll be disappointed, but as you say, they'll reflect on a fine performance. Two victories from their three matches yesterday, and just losses to, you'd say, higher quality opposition, more experienced opposition, and they'll take it with them into the Pro 40.
Yeah,
Looking like I mean, now with PCC Rooks, the Division 1 champions in the Division 2 of Pro 40, UCC are up there for the
yeah,
semi-finals too.
uh-huh.
Um,
So that concludes semi-final number 2, and Bohemians are into the final. We've got a quick update and all eyes on Banksfield. You can catch the action over there, and it's live right now. And a quick update, we've got something like 25 off 20 balls required for Warsaw to upset maybe the Dresden Riders. We're going to head over there. It's PCC tournament, T10 Challenger Cup family day here, and we're going to head over for a curry and a beer and an ice cream if we're lucky, and we'll catch you soon for the final. What do you got, Joe? 5 o'clock final today?
you'd hope so for a T10 tournament.
Yeah,
Make use of the good weather. I
yeah.
haven't seen the forecast, but it looked like it should be
There's
good after two or three.
there's clouds hanging around, but we'll head over there now. And
Mhm.
thanks for your time, Joe. We'll see
Thank
you in
you,
the
Charles.
final shortly.
Bye bye.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Ali.
wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. What you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby. baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 by Nebu, krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše Tiffiny, což jsou moderní ešusy, vyrobené v krásném designu, z nerezové ocely, dají se dát rumičky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když svítí na své jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 by Nebu, krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše Tiffiny, což jsou moderní ešusy, vyrobené v krásném designu, z nerezové ocely, dají se dát rumičky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když svítí na své jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can never break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Vám ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše T10, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezavé ocely, dají se dát velmičky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si vytváří to jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can never break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Vám ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše T10, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezavé ocely, dají se dát velmičky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si vytváří to jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše tifiny, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezové ocely, dají se dát políčky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si vychází to jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši dětskou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše T10, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezové ocely, dají se dát velmičky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si vypínám své jídlo. Máme k nim i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Naši restauraci, T10 s krásným moderním stylem, až mi naši moderní dětskou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše T10, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezové ocely, dají se dát velmičky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si vypínám své jídlo. Máme k nim i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše tifiny, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezové ocely, dají se dát políčky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když světí nás to jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše tifiny, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezové ocely, dají se dát políčky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když světí nás to jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can never break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Vám ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše T10, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezavé ocely, dají se dát políčky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si vychylá své jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can never break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Vám ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše T10, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezavé ocely, dají se dát políčky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si vychylá své jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back.
Okay, welcome back to the final of the Prague. We won't hear each other. The Prague T10 Challenger, the second edition of the Prague T10 Challenger Cup, the grand final, and we have the Bohemians up against the Warsaw Lions. I'm joined by Rohit Deshmoini, club legend of Prague Cricket Club, and wow, it's two teams, two strong teams that thoroughly deserve to be here. And Rohit, how do you feel about the day?
It's been quite an eventful day. Thank you, Charles. We were less hopeful to have a semi-final and a final today, but thanks to the rain gods, they had some mercy on us and they let us kick-start with some delay this morning. And here we are with some two good deserving teams in the semi-final in the finals, getting through the semi-finals, and that's the first ball of the game.
And Sabo and Davisi smashes it over cover, and he's pumped, right? He is pumped. He's joined by Sahil Grover and the Warsaw Lions bowler, just giving Saba a bit of a gift. And Rohit, early on, you don't give Saba too much width to free his arms, and it's uh, it's a great start. The Warsaw Lions. Interesting to see if they've done their homework on it, but there he goes. Look at that. That's classical Saba, and that's right off to the start that they would like. And very good to see Warsaw, the Polish side, get in. And there is another one. He's flicked that off his pads, and this field, Rohit, it's just slowed up a bit from yesterday. Yesterday it might have been a boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's slightly softer. And I mean the amount of downpour we have taken since last night, I'm really I would say we are really lucky to have these games going on with the outfield, which was completely wet when we came this morning, and the umpires and the referees have looked at it. It was hopeless,
Yeah,
and from there we are at a position where we are really uh, we're really going ahead with this finals. So I think it's been a great turnaround in events. Uh,
absolutely. Yeah, as you say, I was laying in bed this morning, hearing that rain tumbling down, thinking, man, it's so unlikely that we're going to get cricket in. But as you say, the cricket gods have smiled on us, and here we are in the final. Warsaw getting through a huge upset against the Dresden Riders. And Rohit, you watched that game; it went right down to the wire.
Absolutely. I mean, that was one of the most exciting games in this tournament.
And Saba again, he's only dealing in boundaries at the moment, pretty much. Wow, look at that. So they're off to a flyer. Just checking on our scorecard if it's correct, but this already uh, it's off to a great start. The heads are down for the Lions, and we've got one of the club legends, Laxmi, DJ Laxmi, coming across and saying hello. Nice to see Laxmi taking some photos.
Official photographer for the tournament, dedicated, very hardworking.
Just checking a couple of technical things here. The Prince of Lahore, Ali Hassan, the Pakistani Prince they call him, uh, Ali Hassan,
He's got many names, I would say. Alibaba.
Ali Baba, and talk us through, Rohit, some of the big personalities in the club. It's such a wonderful family club. I'm relatively new. It's into my end of my second season, into the second season for me. But Rohit, how long have you been a member of the Prague Cricket Club?
Yeah, thank you, Charles, and yeah, it's been a great journey with PCC, and it's not a group of people, players together in an organization, but it's more like a family, and we are very closely bound to each other, and we help each other, we encourage each other to get to new heights um, in the field of sports in cricket, especially in Prague, Czech Republic. I've been with the club since 2008. The club has been formed in '97. Next year we will be having our 25th anniversary, and that's a big milestone in the history of Prague Cricket Club, PCC, and there have been many uh, key contributors to the success of this club so far. We have our club president, who has dedicated his entire, let's say, time in the development of cricket and the club within Czech Republic, and with Prague CC. That's Sudhir Gladson, a very good mate of mine, and one of the most senior most members in the club. We have Prakash Sadashivan, uh, who is also heading the CMKS, České moravský kriketový svaz, as the president of CMK, as newly elected member. We have Sujit Gopalakrishnan, who is the chairman of Czech Cricket Union, and so many names associated with the club. There is Roy Sudita,
Mm,
Udugala. Our Rowdy Roy,
yeah.
we dearly call him. So many big names and so many big personalities associated with the club.
And absolutely, like the names are nearly endless. Just quickly, that's Sahil with a boundary or off to a flyer as well. Guys like Raj. Then down to through the ranks of the current players.
There is
All come,
Manish Sahijwani. There's good
of
to
course.
see some of the old generation of PCC also. One of the oldest players have been Manish Sahijwani, and who's here with his family and his wife, his two lovely daughters. And we have the pleasure of having also Amit Paunikar, our
Uh-huh.
ex chairman, PCC, with his boys. So it's so exciting to have these guys around and supporting us on all these key initiatives, and so glad to have so many of these people coming, and we have given away two of our best players to play for some of the teams here, and they're doing quite well. Showcasing the real might of Czech cricket, and so many volunteers to thank, also in this entire journey, with officiating duties, broadcasting, live streaming, catering, with you name it, it's been top notch
Yes.
preparation, and that was only possible because of so many dedicated and hardworking team of people who came together, shared the same idea, and executed that very well. So all the success goes to all the members within PCC and outside PCC who have made this so successful so far.
Yeah, and you talk about lending players to other clubs. It's, one word comes to mind for me is it's such a humble club, and to put on a tournament that they actually don't have any teams representing in, giving an opportunity to not only local clubs and clubs from around Europe. It's really, um, you know, such a strong testament to how strong the club is. And I'm so curious to know, in the early days when you joined Rohit, and you're actually the leading wicket taker for Prague Cricket Club, as I understand. And all of your time and games, who was maybe some of your fiercest rivals, from maybe other clubs? Was it say like Vinra Hardy or Bohemians, or is it, has there been certain clubs that stick out over the time on the cricket field that you've really enjoyed playing against yourself?
Absolutely. I mean, they're one of the teams that's playing in this finals has been the main rivals, back those days and still there. Yeah, Vinohrady is one of the tough cookies, very
Hmm.
good team, and they have some great players. Some of the guys are playing in the national squad,
Yes.
to name a few, Kyle, and I have great respect and honor for Paul. I've been
Yes.
playing cricket with him. For a long time, and
Hmm.
together, Chris Pierce and so on. So it's an amazing group of bunch of people, and also Bohemians. Javed has been
Uh-huh.
pretty instrumental. Has been controlling and maneuvering the team,
Yes.
intelligently around and bringing in the players together, bringing everybody together. So some great players here still there. I've been playing since last 12 years
Hmm.
ago, and those faces are still there. They're still fresh,
Hmm.
I would
Hmm.
say, and it's very delighting and very very, let's say, um, happier to see them around all the time and play cricket, play against them, play with them. So
Hmm.
it's been part of the journey and really exciting, all in all. And I really wish all the teams very best
Yeah.
in this final. Very, g- have been very supportive, very disciplined.
Hmm.
I think there has been not a single incident in this tournament where we had a controversy,
That's right.
and really played the cricket in the best spirit.
Yes, it has been. That's right. And it's really fitting, I think, to have a Czech team like the Bohemians, a long-standing team, as well as a fairly new team for this tournament. Uh, Warsaw, a Czech team, and then a team from Poland playing here in Czech Republic in the final. In as you say, such a beautifully played tournament, such good spirit. The vibe has been really great around the ground. The teams are so friendly with each other. Dresden, I guess, really disappointed not to make the final, but in a way, maybe nice to see some fresh teams because they are the reigning champions or joint with Vinra Hardy. So maybe Rohit in a good way that we've got these two fresh teams in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking for a very, let's say, uh, exciting match, exciting finals. Probably this is going to go down the wire, and two tough teams. Uh, Good start for Bohemians, especially with Sabawun, one of the most experienced batsmen. A left-hand, right-hand combination with Sahil and Sabawun is gonna make a big difference, going to unsettle the fielding side with a lot of, field placements and changes to happen in between the balls, being balls. So that adds a lot of pressure in the finals, I would say, uh, and new conditions for Warsaw Lions, having played at the other field. I
Hmm.
believe this is a new beginning.
Hmm.
I would like to say for them in a competitive tournament like this. So yeah, it will take some time to accustom to the pace of this pitch because this is much faster than the previous pitch they have been playing. So let's see how they
Yeah.
execute. Uh, I'm quite curious to see how they bowl to their, you know, to their batsmen and how smartly they make use of the key players.
Well, here's something for you, Rohit. In this last over, I don't look out there and see Sabah limping in that last over. It looked like he got a bottom, sort of like his own bat whacked into his leg, maybe sort of the bone on his ankle, something like that. But he's in a bit of discomfort out there, so he really limped through for that single. So in a final, one of the best batsmen, if not the most destructive batsman in the side, is limping, and
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's key because we have seen in the previous semi-final game where one of the key players of Warsaw Lions, unfortunately, is not playing, and that's Naeem
uh,
Lala.
yeah,
And he's one of the top scorers, let's say, and unfortunately, he's webbing. webbing was open, and he had to get some stitches, and but
Yeah.
I'm sure he's cheering his team from the
Mhm.
hospital. um, and so a key player, fitness
Yeah.
is absolutely important in this short format of cricket. It's 10 overs,
Mhm.
very fast paced, and any you know uh, uh, any injury to any key player is gonna make a big a difference and add a lot of pressure on the side.
That's right. And in tournament cricket, if you're up for 6 or 7 games in over a space of 2 days, there are going to be injuries come, and I guess it's down to a little bit of luck as well. Like here, Saba could have gone off, but he's around, and that's Sahil going for a whack. So they're looking to deal in boundaries again. And an interesting passage of play after a flyer. They're just starting to peg it back a bit. And back to the club, Rohit, you know, talking about destructive players and this kind of thing, are there anyone that sticks out early in the day? I've seen Prakash play a few times and I've sort of heard stories, but are there any other players that stick out for you in the early days who were really gifted and really tore attacks apart for the Prague Cricket Club that you can recall, an innings or anything like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at, if you ask for my experience with those legends whom I have played with, there are a couple of players definitely stand out, and I can never forget learning from them, having played together with them. Such a great inspiration for the club, for PCC. Have been, you know, uh, b- can talk about Paul Myers all day. Great wicket keeper. I think one of the
Uh-huh.
best wicket keepers we have ever had,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
we have had him, always opening up front and setting up the right standards. And we have had many legends. We've had Luke Rogers,
Mhm. Mhm.
the amazing again wicket-keeper batsman,
Mhm.
Aussie guy.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, yeah, they moved out of Czech Republic, but we still keep in touch,
Yeah.
and I'm sure they'll be watching some of our games and following this tournament. So I wish them luck
Yeah.
wherever they are. So they've been great combination of talent
Mhm.
in PCC in the past, and I'm sure we are up to their standards, and we're trying to do better and better
Yeah.
every year.
And well, talking of club legends again, I'd like to invite Manish back in. Are you okay with joining Manish? Would you like to have a sit down? But you two can have a chat if you like, if you're up for it. Well, Manish is going to pop back in, and thanks so much, Rohit. We hope you can join us again in a little bit. It's such a nice pleasure to talk to Rohit, Jesh Moini, club legend. We are joined now again by Manish. Welcome back.
Thank you, Charles.
And we've got a final on our hands. So that I don't know if you noticed, Sabu's carrying a little bit of an injury. It looked like he whacked his leg, maybe his ankle with his bat. So he's limping around. So Sahil's trying to pick up the slack and spin. There is a deep cover out there. So this is an interesting passage of play. Uh, we've got Sahil and well, we've got Sabawoon and Sahil at the crease, and Tariq Kazmi is a pretty smart bowler. He's into his second over. He's only gone for about 8 runs. So I think this is the Manish. This is the point in time of these games where something happens. I feel like boundary or wickets coming, and see Saba's not liking that. He's you can see he's in a bit of discomfort, and he doesn't want to do the singles. So he's going to go aerial here. I think he's getting a bit agitated at the crease, but he
And you
can't
were
give
right,
him those
Charles. It's a
balls.
fantastic shot, and I think it should be 6 runs.
Yeah, I think that's smacked over cover for 6. So
Lovely
you,
shot.
if you're the bowling captain, you definitely want to keep it to him tight. And Manish, you would have seen a few games out here in your time, played a few games out here, and Are there any classic matches you can recall in the finals, or any at any of the other grounds in finals that you can recall the Prague Cricket Club playing?
I definitely recall one test match we were playing in England,
Uh huh.
and we anyhow needed to draw, and it was a fantastic game. It was almost 30 overs left, half a day, and me and John Connors were playing, and I reckon this was one of the good partnerships we had, and the match was drawn. So sometimes you don't really need to hit a lot of runs and
Mhm.
boundaries, but you can still play sensibly and save the runs,
Mhm. Mhm.
save the wickets, and not to score many runs, but still you can manage to keep the game draw.
Yeah.
But looks like here Bohemians have really started well,
Yeah.
and I think they look in a very good position.
They do runs on the board in a final so important. I know a lot of teams like to chase these days, and I've got one of the other club legends. I'm going to depart and leave it with you.
So I'd like to welcome Amit here, former PCC captain. I'm really happy to see him here after a long time. Even he had a small injury yesterday, day before yesterday. He still managed to drive one-handedly his car and managed to bring his son. And welcome, Amit.
Thank you, Manish. And it's a tough act to follow after Chris. Seems like he's been doing this for a long time. This is my first time doing any of this. I hope I still remember some cricket. It's been a
I'm
while
sure you
since I
do.
played. But this is turning out to be a good final. Thankfully, the weather is helping. It didn't look so good in the morning, did it?
Absolutely, it looked like it's going to be absolute washout and a big disappointment, but weather has played
Beautiful,
funny,
beautiful,
and I'm
beautifully
really
played.
happy we all can be a part of this. So, Amit, I think we
Would
have to share some nice memory, and whoever is following us online, I think you have to share your wonderful cricket journey. And as a captain, you have done a lot of good job, scored a lot of runs. You want to share something?
yes, we've been. It's been what 7, 8 years now that I've been with PCC. We do have to keep a track of the game though for
We do
people who are.
definitely.
It's interesting that
Should
they're
be a wide.
persisting with so much spin. I would imagine they would have a little bit of a mix, but it seems like spin is working for them.
Absolutely. It's not easy to play spin, seems like.
But the good thing is we have two set batsmen on the ground who've been there for a little bit. I know Sabu is a little bit in a discomfort, but very brave
That's a
of the
good
team to
shot.
persist with spin with two set batsmen at
Should
the
be
crease.
comfortably 2 runs at.
Yeah, he
Good
prefers
running.
that area, doesn't he?
Yes,
I
he
see a lot
does.
of nice cuts and drives.
And he can really give a good room, and he managed to find his gaps between the players. It's really good
Yeah,
to see a good maturity and a
yeah.
good timing there.
Bohemians set pretty comfortable 10 hours run rate, over 10 and over, 10.18. Yeah, I guess if we see them continue this through the innings, we are in for a really good game.
I think high scoring game is always fun to watch as a
Oh, there was a little bit of a misfield there.
good fumble, and they managed to score 2 runs.
Two
Good
runs,
running,
yeah.
Bohemians.
Turning out to be a good over. Nice rotation. Sabu is managing to run even with his discomfort.
So, Amit, as the game progress, we would love to hear about your
Definitely.
experience, and please share with us your
Yes, go
journey
ahead.
with
That's a
PCC,
quick single.
what you
Yeah,
think has changed, and
yeah. I mean, there's a lot to unpack in a very short period of time. But yeah, when I joined about 7 years ago, it did not look anything like this. What we see here today is a complete transformation of the game in Czech Republic. The atmosphere, once you're here on the ground, you can feel it. So many teams, so many players from multiple countries, all having a good day of cricket. Very professionally organized. We have, when we joined, well, I mean, YouTube and this scoring and live broadcast, none of that was there. We were just a bunch of us. If we had a paper and a pen, we would be lucky.
Absolutely. And when I think all these youngsters with IT background, they are champions of live streaming. Application has been launched. So PCC is really doing very well. And I can see commitment is really important. They are working hard, not just on the field, but off the field to bring a lot of glory to PCC, which is definitely one of the oldest and the most successful clubs in the Czech cricket history.
It
And
definitely is.
definitely feel very proud to be one of the oldies
And
and
yeah,
able to
you've been
come.
around with PCC for what now? Since 99?
It's 99, absolutely. So it's a good 21 years gone. And let's say I'm going to be starting 22 years with this, even though I'm not playing, but it's a pleasure to be always on the ground and feels absolutely brilliant.
So going on with the game, still 60. Oh,
Oh, looks
that's
close, looks close.
probably going down leg from our angle. So that's a dot ball.
Good thing is still 4 overs to go, and they have managed to save all the wickets. So we could see, what do you think, another
Some
50
explosive.
runs?
I think that they're going to switch gears now and go in for some
And
hitting. This
yes,
is
you
what
were
I was
right,
talking
Amit.
about. And
Absolutely.
that is
Excellent
possibly
four
four
runs.
runs. That's a nice shot.
Very good
Almost,
timing,
almost like
good
a
use of
sweep.
feet.
Almost
Absolutely.
like a
Finding
sweep.
the space and the gap between the square leg boundary and lovely four
Sabawan is
runs.
on 36, and Sahil is closing in on 25. This is that was the second ball of Surendra, who was a bowling change.
Seems like spin is really working for them.
Okay, we have Chris coming in and telling us that we should make a little bit more. Charles, sorry, I'm calling him Chris, but he's Charles.
And
Telling
that's
us
one
that
more
we
good
should make
shot
a
and
little bit more noise when there's and that's four
found the
runs.
gap and it's really
Another
four
four
runs.
runs. Yes.
Looks
So,
like the batsman is using his feet and finding the gaps. It's really good to see. They have accelerated in this over, two
yep,
boundaries
another four.
consecutive, and it's fantastic to see Bohemians are taking the full charge.
Yep. Savavan is now clocking is 40 runs of 23 balls. That's really really nice. And they're all set. As we said at the start of this hour, this is where they change gears. That's what we predicted, and seems like they're following
So
through.
as the game is progressing, Amit, let's start with your story.
That could be a.
And
Oh,
it's a
that was a
drop.
good
It was
try,
a
and
good
it was a drop.
chance, and it's a drop.
Yeah, that was yeah. So yeah, going back to the story, yeah, when I joined, it was really uh, I mean, Prague Cricket Club had been around for a while, but we had still not seen the acceleration that we have seen just in the last 3 or 4 years when it comes to development of cricket in Czech Republic. It was very much, and we were talking before. It seemed more uh, like how you play cricket. It was like a home affair. Now it seems like a professionally run organization, which is always good to see. It's really good for the betterment of cricket coming down the line, and they should get one
Comfortable single there.
comfortable single. It'll be interesting to see what Sabu does. I think he's going to go for a big one again. Yeah, so we went from, I don't know if you remember, we used to have a tough time putting in one team,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
had to call everybody saying there's a game tomorrow, and now we have three teams, and the game has really grown. The ground looks beautiful. I know we used to have days when we used to come before the cricket to to close up
The
the
holes,
holes, the rat holes or whatever the
the
Kurthek
moles,
holes,
yeah,
the
moles
moles.
everywhere.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So if you compare that ground with what I see right now, this is amazing. I would love to play cricket.
Amit, we always like to welcome you, and it's been really long time. The commitment is there, and I'm sure you will be coming soon, and we will start playing again with this all young people around us like Charles, Rohit, Prakash,
By the
Roy.
way, talking about young people, did you manage to see the amazing blinder of a catch that Rohit took this season?
Oh yes.
I think he was in the hospital after that for a couple of days with concussion. Couldn't remember his name. That's what I heard. But it was a good catch. He held on to it.
Actually, there were two, how to say, two catches which were very popular on YouTube. One was this Indian
Suchit,
women cricketer, and the second was
Rohit.
Rohit's catch, which was definitely under the limelight for a very long time.
So Surendra did manage to give only 12 runs of that over, the last one. He brought it back in with two consecutive fours at the top of the over. He managed to curtail the rest of the runs, and we ended up with 12. Bohemians is still doing 72 at the rate of 10.29. Pretty awesome. Uh,
So three more overs to go, and the prediction says that they can really score good runs, and this could be probably one of the highest score of the tournament if they manage to keep their momentum. As I said, Amit, I love the high scoring games because T20, T10 is all about runs and excitement, jingles and the music, and people are cheering up. So the atmosphere, I know there is not a full house here, but I can see still around 100 people supporting us, and still the weather is holding up very nicely. So let's see how last 3 overs will be. So Amit, I really want to hear about your
yes,
captaincy, how you were a successful captain of PCC, and please tell us something more
it
about it.
seems like you're on a mission to interview me here,
That was the
Manish.
point.
Let's see.
Amit,
We
we
have a
always
fast
want to.
bowler coming in.
Oh,
Oh, that was a really good ball.
very good dot
Really good
ball,
ball.
and
Really
dot
good.
balls are really
Yeah.
lucky for the Polish team here.
That is Tafiq, the new bowler. He's already done with one over for 14 runs. Yeah, talking about the past. Um, One of the things that really makes me happy is many of the people that I see here today
Oh,
who
that's a
are now.
brilliant
That's a
anticipated shot, and it's
beautiful shot.
going for 4 runs.
Another
Fantastic
four
shot.
runs for Sahil, who now moves on to 30 runs, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he's
Yes, you are
30 off
absolutely right. It
19.
was a very well positioned
Bohemians on
shot,
76.
making the room, and it's a lovely four
And
runs.
he picked up a nice place for it where there were no fielders. So good that he found the gap, using the pace of the ball to just steer it away
Very
on the
clever
leg side.
batting.
Next ball.
A good drive, I reckon.
Oh, that was good
Comfortable
fielding,
single.
though it was a comfortable single.
I think the Polish team is not being aggressive. I think if they show the aggression on the field, it could definitely put the pressure on Bohemians. But
Yes, the
seems like
field
they
setting
are a little
is
losing here.
the field setting is definitely very defensive. Uh, Everybody's wide and open. There are a lot of open spaces, yeah, easily to take a single and a double. Though I think Bohemians have a plan to go for the maximum this time. Let's see how Sabu does with the fast bowling. He was really good with the spin.
As the game is progressing, I would like
Beautifully,
to beautifully
beautiful
played, and it
shot. I
should
think it's
be
the maximum.
six.
Amazing shot.
Very good
Nice
shot.
use of the pace of the ball. Moved away from it, gave himself room, and gently got glided it over to 6 runs.
As the game is progressing, Amit, I would like to share the
Yes,
history
why don't
of
you share some of it? Yes.
history of the Prague Sixes, which was going on every year. But I know you want to say something. I'll take a
Just
pause
one
here.
second. While we are talking about the history, Savavon has accelerated to 49 runs, 49 of 26. This is an amazing. Yeah, we call on the six. Yes. Let's see if he can manage his
Oh,
50,
it's a
and that is
great
a
way to
cracking
make his
shot.
50.
Beautifully,
Beautiful shot
beautifully.
for 1 run, and it's time to raise the bat. Wonderful 50.
And the 50 came off 27 balls.
I think we should give a round of applause. It was a very good 50.
Beautiful 50. Well done, well done, well done. He's been a consistent player for Bohemians. Oh yeah, Savaman was so caught up in the cricket that he did not realize that he made a he hit
It's
50
good to
runs.
see his teammates cheering him up, and good to see a youngster scoring a 50 runs in the finals.
So we are quickly on to 84 of 7.5 overs.
So it's last ball of the over, and let the last ball finish, and then I'll definitely share with you the history of Prague Sixes.
It was a nice ball, kept
Oh, I
low.
think they should really go for two. Let's see if they can manage to make it. Comfortable 2 runs.
Yes, I think
And the batsman won the third one. It seems like
I don't see Sabu limping anymore. I think the few sixes helped him. I think
to
the
recover.
adrenaline has pumped into his body and he has forgotten about his leg, and which is a good sign.
This is very exciting to see. When you have blood flowing in your muscles, then it's absolutely fine. I think we have also here Roy, which I think is one of the very senior player. What has changed between the Roy, old Roy, and the new Roy is definitely one similarity I see is the beer remains a integral part of the Roy's cricket history. But I think he started to smile definitely more. And I would like to invite Roy. Seems like he has
and
to,
and he has
yeah,
run
he has to
away.
go to washroom. Looks like he's coming back.
Okay, continuing with the game, we have a spinner back in action. That was a lofted drive. They are being
Oh,
aggressive
very
with the
good running in
running, and
between
they have
wickets.
easily
Two
gotten the
runs
two
here.
runs. That was really, really well run.
So I think
Yes, please
with
go ahead.
sixes started, it's a very old history of the sixes. It was started, the aim of the sixes were to raise the money for the club and make the game exciting because that time there were hardly any sponsorship and a lot of oldies, they were really working hard to bring up the six-a-side tournament. All the expat teams were participating, big real estate
That is
companies,
high up
and
in the.
mostly the English companies were there. But now the trend has changed. I think modern PCC young players have managed to pull the sponsorships and they've really worked hard. And I see there are new sponsors, new faces. But I think, Amit, there's a huge potential here. If this tournament will continue, I think it can bring a big glory to the Prague cricket and also to Prague Cricket Club. What do
Yes,
you think?
definitely. One of the things, other things with Sixers is you get to see a wide variety of players, not only from within Czech Republic, but from Poland and the near and the other
Even
European
Dresden, Germany?
countries. And it's always good to have variety,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
that raises the bar of cricket everywhere. And then it's another feeling to have so many good cricketers in our backyard. We can always go on tour and visit their places, but when you have something like this, it's a special thing.
Yes, I absolutely agree
Yeah.
with you. And also, it's very nice to travel. In olden days, we used to really travel to,
Yes, you had a lot of tours
yes, I think
back in
Poland,
the day.
Slovenia, Italy, Germany, Austria. We managed to go to even Switzerland. So basically, it has been a lot of travel. And I remember when there was a 20th year of PCC, there was a plan to go to Sri Lanka.
Yes,
And everybody was really excited about it, but somehow
it
it has
fizzled
not
out. Yeah,
worked out.
yeah,
But I believe when it will be 25 years or 30 years, I think the current club should really organize a
yeah.
trip to Asia or somewhere where we have never been. It would be nice to play cricket and enjoy with the boys.
Coming back to the game, Surrender has really impressed me in this over. Considering that he had given 14 runs in his last over, he is and he's really brought it back in.
Yes,
One of the things
absolutely.
I've noticed is he's dropping his ball short. So he's not giving the full length anymore. He's letting the batsmen
To work hard
work
for the runs.
work hard for their runs. That's what he's doing. And the batsmen were
It's a good
expecting
thinking.
something.
It's a very
They're
clever bowling.
expecting the balls to be in their slot, but he's not letting them do that. He's making them work for it. And in fact, in
Yes.
the last ball, if you saw, he followed the batsman out of the wicket. So what could have been a wide ended up being
Just
hit
single
on hit on the
extras.
bat. So let's see what he does this time. Is he going to drop his shot? Yes, he has.
Oh
He
yes,
has
that's
dropped
going
his
to
shot.
be it's going to be buys looks like, and they can
Yeah,
probably score two
little
runs.
bit
They're
of a
coming for
sloppy work
second,
from the
very
wicket keeper.
easy runs, and I think wicket keeping should be more sharp in this.
Vigilant at this time, yes.
Yes,
And we are at the. I think that is the over, if I'm not
that's
mistaken.
96.
So that was only 6 runs of that last over, which is really good
So
given the
9 overs
state.
gone. 96 is the
Yep.
current score, and it's going to be last over.
So we'll
Let's
see.
see how the batsmen will be performing. If they don't lose a wicket, I believe they can really make some miracle for Bohemians, and
Yeah.
they can put a lot of pressure on the Polish team. So let's see how this last over turns up. What do you think? Are they going to give the over to the spinner, or is it going to be the pace bowling?
I think it is gonna be. I think the last over from Tafiq was really good, but
Looks
I
like there
think,
is going to be a pace bowling, which I personally believe it's a risky thing because spinners were doing very well for Polish team.
yep. Yeah, it's difficult for me to read the name, but I think they're continuing with. No, they do have a change. They have a change. So Tafiq, who was the fast bowler, is no longer bowling. I think I haven't seen this particular bowler bowl. I wasn't here, but I don't know if not sure.
So it's going to be
Maybe
last over, and
Charles can help us. Does he bowl fast or does he is he a
Yeah,
spinner?
it's a medium pace
Okay, it's a
bowler.
medium. It looks like a medium pace. There we go. So,
Oh,
oh, that was a bad ball.
that's a bad
That
ball,
is a
and
really
it's
bad
really
ball.
punished. As I said,
It is
like it's a
punished.
wrong
Yeah.
decision, and it's really proven to
I
be a
think
wrong
they,
decision for the
yep.
Polish
That
teams.
was 6 runs.
First ball,
Really,
six
really,
runs,
really. Almost a pull shot. Beautifully judged. It was a
and
short.
they
It
are
was a bad
102,
ball.
100 up for the
100 up.
Bohemians.
Really. Six and 100. Six
Very
and
well
100.
batting,
Really well
guys.
played.
Very well played.
And Sahil is has now raced to 42.
Looks like he has a big chance here to finish his 50, and probably is going to be the highest score partnership for the T20 tournament here, and they really deserve
It will
heads
be
up
good
for
to see
them.
both of them reach 50. You
Yes,
know,
absolutely, Amit.
Sabu has already done it,
It's
and Saba has
it's
already done it.
it's a fantastic partnership,
Uh,
and it's no wicket loss. I think they are doing really well.
that is
And one more
another bad ball.
shot. This time, I think they have managed to.
I think
They're
they're
coming for
coming back for a
second,
two.
looks
I
like,
think they'll
and there is
make it.
excellent running between the wickets. 2 runs taken successfully. I think this was really good running.
There was a fumble at the boundary there.
If there was no fumble, there were really big chances of run out.
There would have been, yes. Yeah.
Seems like the Polish team
So we
is
have
under
8 runs
pressure.
off two
Two
balls
balls.
already.
It's a third ball, and
That
it's a
was
wide.
that has to be.
And they have comfortably taken this. Oh,
Oh
this is
my
run
God,
out.
that's run out on a white ball. That is very unfortunate.
I think there was no need to run. It was very
Yeah.
bad running. They looked very good, but I know they
Well,
have
Sahil
lots
is
of
out for 44, but I
44
don't think he's
runs.
going to be too disappointed. 44 of 25. He
Very
has
good
made his
batting.
contribution, and now Sabawun is on strike. So at least the in-form batsman is on strike. We have 4 more balls to go because the last one was a wide. And I see no change in fielding, so they're really stretching it out. I think almost everybody's on the
I
ropes.
see there's a lot of.
Yep,
I see there is a lot of gaps.
he's going round the wicket for Sabu. Let's see what he does now. I hope. Oh, he
Oh, it's a
dropped it
dot ball.
short, and that was a drop.
So
That
three
was a
balls to
dot ball.
go, and
Yeah.
I believe there can be some wickets or runs coming again. Amit, I think you're doing this commentary for the first time, and I see you are really enjoying it. I see a lot of smile coming on your face. Looks like even though you have an injury, but you are sitting,
Oh, that's a wide.
and it's
Yes,
a wide
it's always
again.
good to come to the ground, sit with friends like you.
Thank you. I'm honored, Amit.
And please tell us some of the stories from way back when. We only have 4 balls to go, maybe
Yeah, the
three now.
stories, I mean, there are so many.
I
I
don't
don't
even
know.
know if people are
I-
interested in our stories,
If,
but yes.
I mean, stories are always nice when they're based on the personal experience, especially the cricket experience.
Oh
Oh, it's a
my God,
dot ball
another
again. This was
dot ball.
very
I
good
think
ball, I think.
I think Sabawin is overthinking it. He should watch the ball. There are easy twos everywhere around the
I
ground.
think we've been giving a lot of credit to the batsman, but I think this was a really
This
good,
is a
very good bowling, and it's very good
yes,
comeback from the
very
bowler.
good. Yeah, I think we are up to 4 balls.
Uh,
Oh,
it's, uh,
there it goes. It's
it
high
goes
up in
very
the air.
high. Let's see if they're going to make it. Good call, and it's
Oh,
dropped.
this
Sloppy
dropped.
fielding, very sloppy fielding.
It's always difficult to take these
Again, I see
catches,
the overthrow.
and there is an overthrow. So what could have
I
been
think
out ends
it's
up
really
being
going
two runs.
a lot of it's going against Polish team and a favor for Bohemians. They are really looking good now, and I think this win the catch, win the game if you have the catches because I think this is not really looking good for the Polish team and the Bohemians. They are
Okay.
really in the game. 2 balls to
107.
go.
We have a new batsman. Let's see what he does.
New batsman looks stretched, looking around. I think he'll be looking for the boundaries or giving strike. Let's see
Sazib.
what's going to happen.
Let's see what he does. 2 balls to go.
Okay,
Oh, that
managed to
was a
take the
nice
single.
Yorker.
Very good
Close.
Yorker there, but still managed to
Very nice. Muthu is doing
take
really
a
well
single.
in the last over. So we
So
are at
it's
the
the
last
last
ball
ball.
of the game.
It's
109.
109 and one more ball to go. Oh, looks like it's an over. I think
Okay, so I guess our scoreboard here was lagging by a ball. So anyway,
so it's
that's the
109 for 1 wicket in 10 overs. Excellent batting for this excellent partnership of 100 runs by the opening pair. Bohemians will be very happy with their performance. They have done really good job. And I think the Polish team, they have really failed to put in pressure and they were not really good with the fielding. They dropped.
Couple of chances
catch,
there.
and
Yeah.
also there were missed fields, which was giving a lot of room to Bohemians to score, and they always look on top.
So
But cricket is a
Sabavun,
very funny game. We cannot say
yeah.
anything. We are only halfway down, and let's see how the Polish team is batting, and we'll be back shortly. I will give
Yes,
now
just
to
to say that
Amit.
Sabavun remains undefeated at 57, wonderful 57 of 34 balls four with 5 fours and 2 sixes, with a strike rate of 167, which he carried throughout the whole inning. So really, really good job. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back when the inning starts.
Yeah, we'll be
It'll
back
be a
soon. Thank you,
interesting
guys, and
chase.
I stay with us. We'll see you after the short break. Thank you.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Vám ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až mi naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše tifiny, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezové ocely, dají se dát míčky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si vypínáte to jídlo. Máme k něm i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně. Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit
hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše T10, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezavé ocely, dají se dát políčky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si dát svoje jídlo. Máme k nim i tady ty krásné popruhy, což dohromady vypadá opravdu krásně.
Say what you wanna say, I won't go back. If you wanna hit the road, then let's go then. Let's just go and see the world and just show them what it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, cause we're golden. They can't ever break us down, cause we're golden. They're about to see us glow, cause we're golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden.
Ráda představila naši restauraci, T10 krásný moderní vstup až na naši moderní indickou kuchyni a zároveň bych vám chtěla představit i naše T10, což jsou moderní ešusy, které jsou v krásném designu, z nerezavé ocely, dají se dát políčky a vyzkoušela jsem, že ani neprotíkají, když si dát svoje jídlo. Máme k nim i tady
And here we are. Welcome back. Ritik straight into it. So a big thank you to Manish. 1 second. Look at this follow through from Ritik. We'll just take a moment to focus on the cricket for a second as Rohit Deshmoini joins me. And Rohit, did you see that? We've got the Tank opening the bowling, and I love it when Tank gets a ball through to the keeper. He follows through and he has a chat to the batsman. I reckon, Rohit, in your day, you would have loved a big, strong follow through up under the grill, letting the batsman know he just played and missed, right?
Absolutely, Charles. And then the tank misfired,
Oh,
and that's been launched. I think
yeah.
that was right in the target, not for the tank, but for the batsman in the slot and dispatched
and
at the
it,
cow.
that's right. And there's an old saying: the Tank should never get up into a Polish batsman's grill and give him too much lip because he might get dispatched over wide, long on. You know,
This
so
is this is gonna be an interesting contest where I would be this next ball is going to be exciting.
oh, and that's gone as well. That
And
should run away. Yes, Rohit, that's the one. Oh, it's going to sit up in that tacky field. Okay, yesterday that would have run for four, but a bit of rain, so that's okay. But
yeah, the
yeah,
ground is a bit softer still, and I think that could have gone past the boundary, but yeah, the tank is leaking runs in his first opening over, so looks like this is going to go down the wire this game.
yeah, and they'll scamper through for a single. And in these sorts of games, you know what I like here, Rohit? See, Ali Wacker at cover, he's brought himself into sort of like a I guess like a fine cover. It's not like a traditional short cover, but he's just a little bit finer. And these are he's just trotting around now, but it's these sorts of field placements that you need something to put the players off. But this is going to go down. The Warsaw Lions are fearless, and they're going to go after the Tank. Um,
Surendra is a good batsman, and Surendra is gonna take his time, uh, but not for too long. I think they have already started to launch big. And that's a wicket. That's the
oh,
comeback. The tank has fired finally into the gates of Surendra. So that's a key wicket at the crucial moment. So really good start. I wouldn't be too much worried about the six and couple of runs, but wickets are going to be crucial in this innings, and that's a good comeback from the tank.
absolutely. The Tank fires back, and wow, this is Bohemians are again such a strong bowling side. It's their strength, and it's a really good move from Javed to throw the ball to to a good move to. We've got Rowdy Roy over here delivering beers for the guys. Thank you so much, Rowdy Roy, and we hope he joins us for a quick word. But oh no, Rowdy Roy, Hollywood Roy, he's a menace on the dance floor, but he just doesn't want to come in without.
He's
He's
gonna
about
show his
to. It's
skills.
Michael Jackson. He's
He's gonna
about
show
to.
his skills tonight after this tournament. He has
Yeah.
got the right shoes and the dress, yeah, and he's
Okay. So the
another dot ball.
we've just got the Prince of Lahore. The are we too close? We just have to apologise. We're getting a couple of little technical difficulties ironed out here in the final. Hopefully things should calm down. But and Rohit,
Sajib is back, I
yeah,
think. Sajib is another key player for Bohemians, a good all-rounder,
yeah.
good temperament, has done quite well for his team, for his club in the league. So Sajib, first ball. And that has not been connected well by Rohit, and this has just earned them a single. Um, definitely a high-scoring game at this pitch. It's much faster. Then the Hugo Banks. It's a good ball, good dot ball from Sajib. Not giving it anything near to the batsman to hit. So definitely outside off stump line is something to go with.
Yep.
Good ball, good ball. And that's
Oh, look.
that's a mix
Wow.
up, a bad
Oh,
calling from
wow.
Rohit, and that's a run out.
Bohemians in full control here. Wow. A couple of quick wickets, and
That was a poor calling,
that
I
was
would
poor
say.
calling. That's pressure in the final line as it comes back to, I think, runs on the board in a final really, you know, it just creates a lot of pressure chasing. And look at the Bohemians with their tails up. And
That's a long walk for Tariq.
yeah, it is.
Disappointing long walk with haven't opened his account yet. It's two balls faced and a run out. Quite disappointing start for Warsaw Lions and Bohemians really on top now with bowling and with the fielding efforts there.
That's right. And when you walk to the crease and you've got to score at 11, 12 and over from the get-go,
That's a huge asking rate, I would say, Charles.
it's
In
it,
this finals, it's a pressure game.
and look at that. The batsmen start losing their shape a little bit because
That was a bit erratic. I think the head position was nowhere stable and he was nowhere near playing that shot. So I think they have to play a bit sensibly and temperament is the word I think the batsman should have.
and
Sajib,
oh,
that was
That's where Ali fancied himself in that position a bit earlier, and he had actually moved himself a little bit wider at cover, but earlier on, see now he's actually staying in that position, and he's looking at he's kicking the ground, Ali, because he knew in that spot
there
he
was a
was earlier.
chance.
Yeah, it
There
was
was
that
a
chance,
chance,
but
definitely.
he was in that same position earlier, but not to worry.
The last ball from Sajib, and that's been dispatched. No one there to stop that ball. And that's been hammered for 4 runs by Rohit Kungar. So Rohit is one of the key players in Warsaw Lions. He's a big hitter, has done very well for his team, and he's the team manager. He's
Uh-huh.
been bringing the Warsaw Lions together.
Hmm.
Very nice bloke. I've had a lot of conversations with him personally, and this is a new team, and they have chosen to come out of their Polish, cricketing circles to come support us in this initiative. So a big thanks to them, definitely, and to Rohit and his team, and we look forward to hosting them again. So, in the context of this game at this stage, I think it's the required run rates has creeped up to 12, and that's a big asking rate, but anything can happen in a T10 game, I would say, Charles.
You can, and I'd love you to put your coach's hat on here for a second, Rohit. Back to sort of this asking rate immediately of 10, 12 and over. We'll watch Tank come in here. Uh, you know, what do you say to your players if you're the coach of the team? Because I'd love to get your insight because at 10, 12 and over, immediately you can still hold your shape. For me, it's about getting the team into a winning position. So still hitting, even if you maintain between 8 and 10 and over, it's still okay because you can explode late. You don't want to implode early. So what do you say to your players early on when it's a big asking rate, right?
Yeah, listen, I mean, you should not panic at this stage because you're just 2 wickets down. You still have eight players to go, and singles and twos strike rotation, giving the opportunity for a better batsman at the other end if he's going after the ball. You have to be patient, but at the same time execute and do the right shot selection. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing is to nudge the ball and keep exploring. Of course, it's power play. You still have got one more over to go, four more balls technically to go with the power play. But then the field is going to spread out. You have
Mhm.
four fielders inside. So I really think there's an opportunity to score at least 10 runs and over. If you take singles and twos, and one big shot, one loose ball always is gonna be in favor of the batsman. So I think at this moment of time you should not look at the run rate, asking rate, but keep your wickets intact,
Yes.
keep the scoreboard ticking, and definitely you will have the last 2 to 3 overs where you can go big.
Hmm. That's right. And a team like Bohemians, they're going to have their tail ups. You've got 110 on the board in excess of that early on. You say ride that out, the momentum shifts will come. So if you've got, as you say, wickets in hand, and you just stick at least at about 8 or 9 and over, you know, it's going to come. The bad balls are going to come. Maybe the momentum shifts away from that bowling team, and but until then, they've got to see out the tank. He's had a good little spell here. He went for a few runs early, but he's about to 2 balls left, and he's put such
Oh,
look. He will follow through. He'll have a chat to this batsman. Watch him, and it's lovely. Hands on hips. He knows he's such a good player, Ritik, and
Ritik is a very smart bowler, and having played the league and a lot of games, a lot of experience on this particular pitch here, I think he's going to be very smart. He's smartly executing. That's what I like in a bowler is you get hit for a six, you get hit for a four, but you have the ability to come back. And for a bowler, it's always, oh, that's a great ball. A bit of a uneven bounce, I would say, but that's the speciality of a bowler is uh, you have six balls
yeah,
to prove yourself, and if one ball goes bad, you have five balls to come back and always. But a batsman has only one ball
that's
to
right.
prove himself. So a bowler has to be mentally fit and keep going. So uh, End of the over, continuing with Sajib. Uh, who has had a good start, and we would probably expect some action from the batting side because there have been a couple of dot balls, and we would see how this goes ahead I further. 3 overs gone, power play is over, and we are 18 runs at the loss of 2 wickets. A big swing, but no big result out of that effort. So a dot ball to start with for Sajib in his second over. Sajib is really bowling good in the right areas, and that's another dot ball, keeping it away from the batsman, reading the mind of the batsman. Batsman uh, has been charging over to connect the ball, but unsuccessful, and that's really adding pressure on to Imran, who's facing Sajib. And there is
Oh,
another
he's gone.
wicket where it has clipped the bat, and that's a caught behind. Great bowling, great sense of let's say very smart execution from Sajib, and that brings down the third wicket for Warsaw Lions, and that's the trouble. Now they are in real trouble with three key wickets down. Imran is walking back to the pavilion, and that's a disaster. So that's a disastrous start for Warsaw Lions and Charles. I would say that the run rate is now creeping to the 14 and over mark, which is now a concern. I would say
Yeah.
if I would be the captain, I would be a bit concerned, and um, I will have to really count on the key players, the key executioners
Hmm.
to go after and get some runs for the team. I think this is the margin of error in this format is so low that you
It
you
is.
can't just slip away you can't let the game slip away from you. Yeah.
And they've really just executed their plan so well, Bohemians, in that first over. Open it, throw on the ball to Rittic. We haven't seen him open the bowling. It's been Ali and then Javed. And I always say in T10, you've got to mix it up because all these teams are watching and they get into the rhythm of the other teams. They say, okay, this guy's going to open, but you've got to be dynamic. You've got to be dynamic with your batting lineup and a little bit of a gut feeling, Rohit, as a captain. We'll watch Sazib come in. Um, and they'll get away more than likely for a couple of runs. But put your captain's hat on for a second, Rohit, or they slip, unfortunately. But
Unfortunate slip there.
my theory in T10, you've got to go a little bit on gut feeling. Like if you're going to play 6 games in a tournament and you've got the same batting lineup, sometimes you've got to look to a player. If his eyes are wide, if he's hungry, and he's usually a number 6 or 7, do you want to open? Yes, I want to open. Throw him up the order. Do something a bit different. And just we're just going to Rohit's going to
Uh,
continue. Then that's
that's
a
a good shot.
boundary.
That's a good shout. Good shot. And that may be relieving some pressure on Warsaw Lions side. Rohit Kungar fighting it back, uh, really leading it from the front. So I really think that this is critical for Rohit to keep going and get some more quick runs for his team. He's done pretty well, 19 of 10 balls so far. But Sajib, back to Rohit Kungar, and that was a full toss, nudged over, and well, that's bad calling, and there's some mix-up, confusion, but safe. An even full over, wicket, some boundary, and couple of runs. So everything is happening here in this game.
And look at Sazib. If you told Sazib you're going to bowl 1 for 12 off your 2 overs in a final, Rohit, I think you'd take that any day of the week, particularly when you're trying to defend something in excess of 110. And I don't know, my gut feeling is that they're just waltzing away. Look at this, both of them. 2 overs, the opening bowlers. Sazib, 2 for 12. Sorry, 1 for 12 off 2 overs. Ritik Tomar, 1 for 12 off 2 overs.
I
How's that for your opening bowling combination,
Yeah,
Javed?
I
You
would
know,
call them boho sisters,
yeah,
twin sisters.
little
Like,
twin sisters out on a finals date, double dating the team from Poland, the Polish fellas, and it's too good. Java down here, look at him circling like a shark, wondering his next move. He's hungry for a victory, and that's what I like about Bohemians. They win tournaments, and it's a again, like PCC, it's the mark of a good side that they go on to win tournaments. They're not so often the bridesmaids, and incomes.
yeah,
What a and just look at this. What a bowling change to bring on Sabah right at this moment. Right, it's such a
another experienced player playing for the national team also. Sabawun opens for the national team, and that's a chance, and that's the catch.
oh, look at the players. They're running
That's
to
the
him.
catch of the tournament. That's one of the amazing catches, and I think we will play it again and again and again, and that's one of the T10 Challenger Cup highlight. Yeah, an amazing sense of. I mean, there was a 100 200% commitment in that catch, and that's amazing. That was a tank.
Was that the tank down there? It was the tank. Ritik Tomar, Hollywood Tomar, running round. He made such good ground. Diving catch to his right. Both hands swallowed it up. And look at these Bohemians players, tails up. They're on their way to a big victory here, Rohit. That's a huge move. And look, I say it about Saba. He's a big game player. You can imagine he's a captain's dream a little bit with the ball. I think he's underused a little bit because whenever you throw him the ball, it's always in key moments. I think he can perform.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's up for the challenge. He puts the pressure. He doesn't take the pressure, but he puts the pressure on the opposition side, and that's one of the key, let's say, qualities that this player has. And Sabawun is really up for the challenge, and
Yeah,
that's a good ball, good length. Batsman trying to look and explore the leg side,
yeah.
uh, area where it's quite wide open, but we got the tank covering it pretty well, and you know, uh, yeah, good execution from the bowling side, good start.
And watch him mix it up here. I reckon a slower ball's coming here, right? We'll see if he delivers. But he's got a good knack of
oh, doesn't, but he's got such a good knack of mixing up his pace, and yeah, Saba's a real money player, and he's when his confidence is going, he's hard to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. And Warsaw Lions is one key player down. That's Naeem Lala. Very unfortunate injury to Naeem, and he's another game changer in Warsaw Lions team. So it's really gonna be a good ball. Wide. The line belongs to the umpire, so
That's right.
probably a bit wideish, out of the reach of the batsman. Nevertheless, an extra run for the batting side, and there have not been many extras given in this start, and quite impressive, not many wides, no balls, whereas in the other games, another dot ball from Sabawun.
And you're so right. It's such a contrast to the other matches where wides and extras are really dictated. But going back to Naeem, their key bowler for Warsaw, had he played, maybe it was 20 runs less. Who knows? But I think he was such a key loss in this final. But that's tournament cricket. You've got to be prepared for the worst because of injuries, back-to-back matches. A lot of these guys don't play, and yeah, they again, playing and missing, but these dot balls are adding up. But sometimes going back to my other previous point, Rohit, you've got to be prepared to think outside the box, particularly in T10. I think you've got to go on hunches as a captain. If you look into the player's eyes and think, right, is he ready to bowl? It's not, you can't just have your formula sometimes. Sometimes plans go out most often plans go out the window in T10, and you've got to go on a hunch to throw off, to put them off their balance a little bit, and that's what Bohemians have done.
I think this game is slowly slipping away from the Warsaw
Oh,
Lions hands now. It's
it's been
it's
kind. Uh,
absolutely almost, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's very, very difficult to get it to a run rate, asking rate of 17.2 and over. So
yeah,
that's a lot of ask.
yeah,
That's asking you to have at least three to
yeah.
four boundaries and over, which is not the case. So that's another good ball uh, from Nemo, and a run out chance they missed.
And we're going to invite a couple of the other boys back in. Manish and Ahmed are circling like sharks, and and
Two
we're going to invite
legends.
both boys in to sit down and have a call again. Welcome back, Manish and Amit, uh, current uh,
A drop
members
catch
and
drop by
legends
Nemo.
of the club. What did we miss there, Rowan? What happened there?
That was a catch opportunity for Cotton Bowl, Nirmal, but unfortunately dropped. But yeah, moving backwards and trying to take it. So uh, getting exciting to have again our guest speakers b- welcoming again Amit Pawnikar, one of the legends,
Thank you.
ex-chairman Prague Cricket Club.
Thank you, Charles. I got your name right this time.
And I'll hand it over to
It's another
Charles,
big shout,
and that's a big shout,
and that
and
is given
that's
out.
leg before.
There we go.
So thank you,
Everything happening
and
here.
handing it over
We are
to
5 overs
Charles.
in. Warsaw Lions are a little bit in a precarious position, 25 only. And they're chasing over 100 runs. So lots happening. I think the bowling has been really good. I think they started well, but then they just fizzled out. Charles, what do you think?
They fizzled out, but look, this Bohemian side are such a clinical bowling unit. If you look, they haven't bowled Ali Wakar, they haven't bowled Javed yet, and they've thrown the ball. They opened up with the tank, and they've thrown, I think, the Warsaw Lions off a little bit. And as a former captain, when you're staring down the barrel of nearly just over 17
75.
overs
Yeah.
required off about five, what do you say to your players, Amit, who are in there? What do you say?
The, yeah, Before I get to that, I think Bohemians, I credit to be given to them. They have kept it really clinical. They are keeping it to the basics. And as a captain for Warsaw, I would say keep it to the basics, right? Nothing can, nobody can argue with the basics. I know there are a lot of runs, but if you're going to be rash, if you're going to be throwing your wickets around, if you're going to be giving chances, then there's no way forward. You have to go back to your basics, maybe take a couple of dot balls, read the bowler, and then there are enough opportunities to make runs here, right? The pressure goes both ways.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the
And
beauty of T20, T10,
yeah, yeah, I love this format, and I think it suits. Uh,
another dot
oh,
ball.
it suits European cricket down to a T. Sometimes I was having a chat with the ECN founder Daniel Weston, and he's saying to me, T10, it's the new T20, and
It is.
I think
It
with
is.
such an interest in Europe with cricket and the way countries have got so many interested players. But going back to it, we can't take away from this bowling performance
Definitely.
and from the Bohemians. We really have to give credit from Jarvid. He's down here right underneath our nose at mid-off. Look at him, he's deep in
Yep.
thought. He
Yep.
was circling himself like a shark, thinking of his next bowling option. Hasn't bowled himself, hasn't bowled Ali Wakar, and it's really nice to see this, particularly from a Czech side.
Definitely. And that's a nice looking shot, but there's a man right there, and he takes what seems like a good catch, but they're going to verify because he
Oh,
was right at the boundary,
wow.
and
Yeah,
that
that's
could either be a six or an out.
yeah, from here.
Everything happening here.
Yeah, so Ritik Tomar, the tank, taking his second key catch on the boundary. He
The
definitely
umpires are
pleaded ignorance, saying his foot was above the line, but it was a beautiful catch. And the next batsman departs. They're 6 for 26, Ahmed, chasing.
6 for 26. Yes, and credit to be given to the bowling side because from over one, even after the first ball six, they kept the fielding attacking,
Yes.
which is a big contrast from how Warsaw were playing. Their fielding was spread out
Mm-hmm.
all throughout. So they were in a defensive fielding mode
Yeah.
right through the whole game.
Yeah.
And you contrast that with what we see here right now with the
Mm-hmm.
bowling side with
Yeah.
Bohemians. They are attacking, as you
Yeah.
said rightly. There's one man directly staring at you right in the V.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So that plays tricks on you.
That's right. And look, sometimes in tournament cricket, Ahmed, look at the Warsaw Lions. They beat the tournament favourites, the Dresden Riders, in the semi-final. In some cases, with such a big upset like that, and they played so well, did they play their final in the semi-final? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Where I think Bohemians have sort of cruised through, not cruised, but haven't been overly tested. The game against it's a leg spinner that kept low. They were overly tested by United, but Warsaw, did they have that highs too high in the semis, perhaps?
But as you said, that's what happens in a tournament like this. You have to perform and perform again and perform one more time.
Yes, and that's what I love about the format. Um, Me personally, leagues. When you've got to win points over the long series, it's really quite nice. But I think tournaments, when you get into the pressure situation of knockout games, it really shows teams' true colours. And Bohemians, they're tournament winners. They've won ECS here before, so it sort of shows a little bit. And
It's
yeah,
been interesting. There has been a bowling change. We have a leg spinner, Kamal, and the field is pretty much the same. So they're putting a lot of trust in the leg spinner, and it's for three balls, it's working out well for them.
yeah, they've got Kamal Singh, who's actually a current PCC player, and he's bowling really well.
It's bowling
Uh,
well. Nice loop.
and I like PCC T10 Challenger Cup, the second edition of this beautiful tournament that the Prague Cricket Club's put on, is the flexibility that there's actually members of other clubs within Czech able to switch over. I really like that, and you're seeing different players in different stripes. Ritik, for example, a Vinra Hardy man, playing here for the Bohemians. It's really quite nice. Uh,
Oh, that seems like a half chance,
it
but
was just
it's
lobbed up.
just a little bit. wide. Yes, definitely. When you have international tournaments, it's all about putting your best team together. So that's when the local clubs dissolve and we rise up to be a Czech side.
Yeah.
And it's good to see players mingling with each other. They learn a few things from each other, and that
Oh,
raises. That's a nice switch hit,
yeah. You know what?
beautifully executed. It's gonna roll over to 4 runs.
Nearly, yeah.
That's the
Oh no,
first boundary.
just
Oh, maybe
inside.
not. Maybe I,
Was
I
it?
called it too
Okay.
soon.
It's over in that far corner. It sort of looked right on the boundary, but that's actually, I think, the first switch hit we've seen, all tournament that I've seen on this field. But
Quite well done.
very well done. Yesterday the outfield was so quick, and I swear this grass is. When I talk to the groundsman Chris Pearce, and he says, "Oh, we have rain. The grass grows, half an inch." It's actually true. All the boys slaved away here from Prague.
That's
T10, and it was so flat and low yesterday, but the rain is actually it's just shot up and made the field a bit more tacky, but I guess it's holding a bit more moisture. So
it is. It is. Yeah, and kudos to the organizers for putting such a beautiful gown together. Uh, we had a view into behind the scenes preparation that went on for this. And it
uh-huh.
takes a lot of effort to put a tournament of this complexity together.
hmm
And yeah, shout out to all the organizers and everybody who helped.
And you've seen those boys. You've captained this club. Talk me some. I know I keep harping back to it, but tell me some of the highlights that you've seen in your time captaining the Prague Cricket Club. Was there any moments in games or tours that stick out for you that you'd like to, share with us?
Definitely, one of the highlights of the past years, I'm talking 3 or 4 years back, was the tournament that we had in Dresden. It was an indoor tournament, and it used to be held in February. I think they had this until last year. I think this time they missed it, but they will probably have it again. But it was always it was a spectacle
hmm
to have 20 people go there for 2 days uh, and play, I don't know, 20 games.
hmm
They were indoor games, but really good. Another thing that really um, uh, jumps out to me is the quality of pitches that we used to have in Dresden. At that time, the pitches, the grounds here in Prague were not that good, and we would always look forward to going to Dresden and play on the fast pitches there. But what I'm really happy to see right now is if I look at the quality of pitch here today, it's pretty close to what we have in Dresden.
Yeah.
So we've made a lot of progress.
Fast, bouncy pitches. Yeah, that progress here, and full credit to Chris Pearce and his wife, Chris Pearce from Vinrahati, who worked tirelessly here along with Terry. But for our tournament, we got together with the Prague Cricket Club guys, Sudhir, Prakash, a few of the guys. I was out here, and we mowed it and slashed away, and it was really nice to just what it's like working at a cricket field. It's
Exactly,
it's
and and
really quite nice.
and the new mat is making quite a bit of a difference. It's very true, nice pitch.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Chris has put down these new wickets just in time for the last ECS, and everyone talks about it, And uh, what's also quite nice is there's a contrast. You've got the Scott Page field, you've got the Banks field. This one's traditionally a bit faster,
Yep,
more runs perhaps, but then the Banks field, I guess, this hard to chase, a bit tacky. You got a slight sort of, I guess, ups, slope on
you
one
got to leave
side of
this.
it,
Yeah,
which actually makes it the contrast is really, really quite nice.
yep. And
Um,
while we are speaking, Javed put in a really amazing over, just three
yeah,
runs off it,
that's true.
and we have 8 overs gone and just 34 runs for six
Wow, it's
wickets.
like probably the lowest score in the tournament, saved for the final. But again, when we keep saying this word, clinical bowling performance, and full credit to Javed. You probably played a few games against Javed in the had a
In
few
the day.
battles.
Oh, that while talking about clinical performances, I think that one was a miss. It was a nice full toss that was whacked away for a six.
Nice sort of waist height, sort of knee height full toss. But you get that with the leg spinners,
This
and
one was beautifully executed, 6 runs.
And have you had a few good battles with a few of these players over the years, or can
Yes,
you
yes.
recall,
Uh,
any sort of nice matches with any of these players here in Jarvid or any of these guys?
Yes, I do. I do. They were just similar to what we see today. They were really, really high-scoring games, and you go in for the next game with the same guys, and they come back really strong at you, and you end up. I think one thing I remember really well. I'm sure some of the people from PCC won't be happy me mentioning that was a switch hit,
Yeah.
gone for a four.
Umpire Aaron
Look
gives
at
you
that, two
4.
bad balls in that over. And I think Kamal, while he kept his first over pretty tight, I think he's lost a bit of his way
Yeah.
with this one, giving two very, very simple balls. I think a little bit too late, too little,
Mm,
too late from Warsaw though. But it's
yeah.
always good to see some runs on on the board. So yeah, there was this one innings that the PCC2 team played, where which actually made international headlines because we had like 9 ducks and we made 11 runs for the whole was it 7 or
Nine
11?
ducks.
Yeah, and it got a lot of public. I mean, it was a good thing because it put the Czech cricket on the map because it was retweeted by like some ICC handle. We just showed the scoreboard of ducks, 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 ducks all the way through. I think there was only one person who got close to 6 or 7 runs, and so you used to have those days, and a lot would depend on the pitch at that
Yeah,
time because
of
the pitch
course.
was
Yes.
a hit or a miss,
Let's
and
say
so
variable.
yes. I remember some balls that just shot in from outside, almost a foot
Yeah.
outside the wicket,
Yeah.
and almost like a
Shot in from
fast in
Burno or
swinger.
Prague 13
Exactly.
into your
So
stumps.
yeah, and it's good to see all this new talent. We knew. I distinctly remember this one time when we got a lot of influx of really amazing bowlers from Afghanistan, and they
Okay.
brought with them the amount of pace these kids could generate was just
Yeah.
baffling,
Yeah. It is.
baffling. Yeah.
That is so true. I've been around Europe a little bit with the European Cricket Network, and what I've noticed coming from Australia, Amit, is an introduction to uh, a few of like obviously the Indian guys, the Pakistani guys, but what I've noticed about the Afghani guys is they've got pace and they're fearless. Particularly,
And they move the ball.
yeah, they move the ball. And if you look at a player like
Yeah.
Saba, it doesn't really matter what the match situation is. They're just fearless, and
Yeah.
that's I just think it's so fantastic when Afghani players, I watch them. I really love watching them. They bowl and they hit so hard. It's really nice. But there's a common theme running is that they're quick. A lot of these bowlers, and so I've faced quick bowling a few times. Luckily, only a few times in my life. But when you stop seeing the ball, it becomes scary. And that's
It
probably
does.
only at
Yeah.
about, look, 120, 130K. I wouldn't like to see it up around 140, 150. So
Oh, that's a nice looking shot. He
yeah,
picked it up right, really, really well, right in the slot, and I think that is one of the longest sixes we have seen here today.
it
I think it's the
is.
middle of the other ground there.
Yeah, belted over into the Banks field, and
Yeah.
that's the shape I was talking about earlier that the batsmen look to need to hold a bit better, Amit. When you're chasing, they feel the pressure, they lose their shape, but I guess that is the look, one over to go, and they require 64, so nearly two sixes per ball. It may be a little bit out of the reach now, and
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. Yes, credit to be given to Bohemians, but I would have loved to see them carry through with their clinical precision. I think they've lost a little bit of the way in the last 8 or 10 balls. As you can see, there are two wides in a row. I guess we can let them off because
yeah,
they pretty much have this in the bag.
they can let them off. And Java giving us a wave, big thumbs up. He knows this game's in the bag,
Yep.
and yeah,
Talking about yesteryears, I used to play at PCC when Sudesh was not a PCC player, and
yes,
it was always interesting to play him.
well, yeah. Talk me
Very
through
very
that.
happy that he's in our team
Yeah.
right now.
Oh, the
That's is
batsman's
that a
walked.
doubt?
Yeah, actually, the
Oh,
batsman's walked. He
that's good
missed it.
sportsmanship by the batsman
Yeah.
walking out.
So talk me through this. It's, you're probably captaining PCC. A young Sudesh walks in the door. I'm assuming to Vinrahadi or was it Vinrahadi he played for, or was it another club?
I My memory fails me at
I,
this
I
point, but
believe
yes,
I
yeah.
believe look, I know he played one season for Vinrahadi, but let's just say, so you're facing a young Sudesh who I'm guessing is probably in his late 20s or mid 20s, something like that. Um, was it up around your nose? How did you handle his pace, or what stuck out?
What stuck out was I haven't faced him in as many as say Rahul or Sudhir, who used
Hmm.
to go at the top of the order. But what stuck out to me was not only does he have pace, but he moves the ball out and in.
Yeah.
And
Uh-huh.
it's when you have such little reaction time to then judge whether it's going to go straight or go.
Yeah.
And he's really clever with his fielding position. He
Yeah.
exactly knows what the batsman is going to do, where the batsman is
Yes.
going to nick it, and there's invariably someone standing there taking it, ready to take a
Yeah.
catch, which is amazing. That's the caliber of the
Yeah.
player. They know what they're doing. They know where they will pitch the ball exactly and what it will
Yeah.
do after it pitches. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it's
right.
amazing asset to have.
It is. And it's near, I'm not sure, but for me, it's a little bit of a characteristic of Sri Lankan players. Their bowling IQ is so high. You look at guys in our club like Samira, Raj,
Yep,
Sudesh. It's and then when I relate that to international cricket, they can really sort of move the ball if they're spinners or if they're bowlers. They just have a look. There's bowlers all around the world that can do that, but
it's uncanny though.
it
Yeah,
is uncanny. You
how
know
they
what
do
I'm
it.
saying?
Yes,
I
yes.
I, I really like it. Um, you know, they it's really a pleasure to play with, and yeah. So and Sudesh for me, he's got another. You know, age is a bit limitless with these guys as well. I can't. He's
And
into his late 30s, and that is a tournament.
that is
I
the
mean,
tournament.
wow.
Went down with a whimper, and not
Yeah.
much happening there in the last three balls.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, there we go. That is the
Wow.
game.
It is the game and the tournament. And look at these Bohemians players. And a big shout out to umpire Kushal and umpire Aaron, umpire Akash, umpire Rohit, and a couple of the PCC guys who have been standing in the sun and the wet and the rain for 2 whole days. And in particular, Kushal, who just didn't move. And with the extended games yesterday, he did 4 games back to back and then added a fifth game and then comes back with a smile on his face to stand. And not only you're an umpire who gets to swap, you don't. He's standing at one end.
At one end, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes,
so
yes.
it's
And the quality of is shown by. I don't think there were any controversies whatsoever throughout this whole tournament. There were no harsh feelings from any of the sides in terms of wrong decisions or any of that. So that's again credit to the umpires. They have kept it really professional here.
yeah,
Credit to, let's take this opportunity to also thank the ground staff here, the people who are the cameramen here. You don't know how it's behind the scenes, but they're
yes,
actually hoisted on a tripod or on a ladder, sitting on a 2-inch step
yeah.
and bringing this live broadcast to you.
Absolutely. Smit Patel, who's just been named in the 14-man touring party. Smit Patel, our Prague Cricket Club all-rounder, who's just been named in the Czech national team again for the Romanian tour, has been sitting on a tripod tirelessly, working the camera in all the conditions. Kaya, congratulations to Kaya, Prague Cricket Club. Who's just been named for his debut international tour to Romania. So, we've just selected this Czech national team, and oh, look at these boys celebrating.
Oh,
And
that's Shikhar Dhawan.
okay, okay, oh yeah, okay,
Yes. And also thanks to the scorers who have been immaculate in their scoring.
yes,
Uh,
absolutely. These guys, Chris Tebb, who's a Prague Cricket Club, and she catches a bus. I believe Anne travels so far. It takes her an incredible amount of time to get to Vinosh, northeast of Prague, to score, and she's volunteering her time. So Ali Hassan, the prince from Lahore, the Pakistani prince,
Yep.
who
Also,
who
our technical.
technical, and you know what? I mean, he's been in the top two wicket takers, I think, in the top two or three wicket takers for the last two seasons in T20 Division One. So look at Ali. He's taken more wickets than a lot of these guys.
Yes. Let me
And
just tell you one thing.
mhm.
Ali, Kayor, Smith, they played their first game for PCC under my captainship.
Wow, Amit, that is amazing. Okay, yes, wow,
So three of
yes. Are
my
these your
debutants
babies? Are these your babies? I think
are
that,
in the
yeah,
national team today.
yeah. Yeah,
Smith too.
yeah,
Yes, I said.
yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's been such a pleasure having you, Amit, and we'd like to thank our sponsors, the Bohoko, Tiffins by Nibu, and Branchi, so much for helping this Prague Cricket Club T10 Challenger Cup, the second edition. And look at this, the president of the CMKs, Prakash, and also treasurer, uh, big boy, spiritual leader of the club. And he's coming over to say hello. But thank you, Amit. We'll
And we'll
sign
see you in
off.
a bit
Yes,
with the
yeah,
presentation ceremony.
we'll see you guys in a few minutes over at the presentation. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.